curtain.
Is there anything I'm missing? We don't really need chairs. I have the podium set up and plugged in. No, I think you're good. Cool. Do you want to press the mics for me? Because we'll need to turn a bunch of them down way low.
It's just like a webcam.
Which one do you want me on? Just, I'm going to start and walk around.
Just like a webcam.
Okay.
Mary will be calling in today. I don't know about John,
Jeremy's zooming in. We don't need his.
So streaming is up, so watch your.
but okay.
Want me to watch our P's and Q's? And we can just shut the podium.
It's cold.
Wonderful. Thank you. You're welcome.
So what do you think is the time limit for doing your,
I see too. I just love it.
actually physically?
Opens you up.
Or will you, I mean,
So anybody
I'm
wants
always
some?
looking at stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to figure out
Read
how
it.
I would notate. so
Opens
I
up
will.
here.
There's so many, but.
It might disconnect too, I don't know. I have that.
Thanks for coming on in.
Emma, she gave me fake.
Oh, is
color.
it? Yeah, very
She was
useful.
on the other day.
Really easy.
I'm sorry.
So is cinnamon.
Right.
American cinnamon.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We're looking at.
You have to wear
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Right after the first meeting.
You guys
That's
want it
what
or
I
no?
kind
It's essential oil and it's, you can lift this, which is Bobby says,
It's very
so
strong.
I put it on the inside and outside of you.
It has lemon
It
and.
kind of
So
burns.
they get upgraded or changed or replaced or whatever the right word is.
Your eyes, that'll.
It's strong, so when you inhale.
You might want to wear it backwards for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
I like it.
You like it? See, it'll just.
Oh, yeah.
If we did something like that.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, certainly.
It might be, I'm trying
So what
to,
happens,
do you want some?
what happens to Mike's in the old system?
Where do you want it? On your, here?
Just, yep.
Oh my God, it smells like a French.
Yes, and then we wait until
It
right
is a lot
before,
of
just,
Yeah.
thank you.
Grapefruit, lime, lemon, and orange essential.
Those mics are still around, you could use them up there.
And you said glad it's pretty distinct.
Yeah, this is our.
Because whatever you're gonna do, you're gonna have to have stands. or something.
Eliminating that's
The portable's not gonna fix.
the.
Yes, yeah, but Mike,
Yeah.
do you, should I unlock the door?
Anyway, that's fine, so you're.
It was
you won't know
unlocked.
Oh,
what-
I didn't know.
what-
No, the front door, the main door's not unlocked. Okay.
I couldn't get it.
So will you,
That's
will you actually have specs?
But yet you keep figuring out how to get in here.
Yes.
I call all of you.
You keep locking the door and you keep coming in.
Oh, I see.
think I need anything, but the truth of that is, when you get that set up, you may be open.
Yeah, I'm hoping that people from the planning and the amicus department,
Yeah, those are-
I don't want them locked.
Okay.
Jim was here at
We
9.
are gonna have
Well,
to
Or
work
if you
on
need
it.
to start till
The
10.
system will let you do that now, but I don't know whether you feel gonna need to.
Yeah, as long as staff and department heads.
I think that
Luckily,
most
it's
of
a
them
10.
have, yeah.
Can't
we
I drove about 20 miles and realized I left
Oh,
all my
okay.
stuff.
I got stuck out there with
Then I-
it.
Oh, okay.
10.
I thought they did. All right, I'll unlock your second one there, and then we're gonna have one.
She should, because she uses this tool. That's something you might want
Yeah.
to follow up with down the road.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll be able to put.
Yeah. Yes, so that's one. Wait,
And I could operate, the brain will operate now.
Oh, Judy says, can you open the door?
yeah.
So I could do either way, actually. Or then I could, or you can say, you know what, we don't. We'll see how that goes.
We'll see.
But you know me, I think.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
I heard it, oh, Emma.
Judy did it.
Gotcha.
So you should be using the mics off the Black Magic and the.
Right, like this.
All right.
Black Magic for mine.
Yeah. And the video as well.
Black Magic for video.
Yeah, which is what you got, so.
And the speaker we have, is that one, it'll be the projector, not the kit laptop? Yep.
Switch on.
I'm like, can't see everybody throw me a lifeline.
And I just everything's on silent.
That's not coming out of there, is it?
That's coming out of up top.
They're all displaced working, there's no reason why it was switched off.
So I don't really pay attention to what he's doing for that mic, I don't know. So that should be coming out of the HDMI, I think.
I don't have an option for that.
Should be. And this is your HDMI, right?
Yep, is that big black port?
Yeah.
It's all plugged in over here.
Yeah, it's not seeing it.
Is that too strong?
No, actually, no, I'm just looking at, still talking about the Zoom improvements, the monitors, but problem is, you put a monitor, it blocks, so we're thinking about building this up, with the monitor lower, the chairs
So
back
go to sound on the setup. Go to setup.
You need a chair for your
Not in
things.
here, on the computer.
Happy to have you in front of me, so. I know. You think it's so funny that I like to sit front and center. Where all the action happens.
Yeah, you were one of those in school, weren't you?
I wasn't. I sat in the back until I got to college.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't know that part.
Nine.
Remember in junior college in Reading, there was a lot of ladies that after their first divorce went back to nursing school and all that. And they were all sitting in the front row, raising the curve up. What do they think they were doing? Messing everything up for us.
Not for the Black Magic. Laptop.
Hello, Cindy. Hi, how are you? Good.
roller skating, so I can't tell you.
On this nice frosty winter evening, Wednesday morning.
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
It's feeling like winter. It is. We can only get some.
So you'll, yeah, okay.
It is.
It doesn't know that says
Looked
it's
at my
there.
phone and it was
Can you
like.
reboot it?
It was a 99 and 10.
It's all snowflakes, and one day I think it's 13 degrees. Oh,
It's still going to be pretty warm. Don't see if it's raining or not. Snow.
I do need you to repeat.
Okay. Okay, so we're good. Did I miss anything? Feel free to
Deputy
fill in.
Member Praise,
Okay, you want to put that on the board? You want me to announce it right now?
I can do it.
You know anything's wrong, Daryl?
Well, sometimes when I'm taking my laptop and running it into another system, I have to go in and that sound setting and tell me if there's another speaker out there.
Yeah, it was working earlier.
So-
I'm just laughing.
Now it's
at the
got
computer's
updates.
updating right now.
Yeah, right.
This laptop has updates like every other meeting.
Do you have LTSC or do you have just Windows Pro?
I think we have the one we were, this is relatively new.
Is this the same laptop that he's been using, or is that?
Yeah, no, this is the same one we've been using.
We're having technical difficulties.
It's, the computer's not picking up this as the sound, which is usually what we project the sound out of, so we're restarting right now.
Okay. All I'm trying to do is unplug it, plug it back in, if that doesn't work.
Well, it's fine, I mean.
That doesn't work at all.
I get calls all the time, my computer won't start. I said, "Oh, call me right back to this."
Tired?
Give us some time.
Oh,
It's Wednesday.
we'll get that in there.
I'm glad you're not
You know, Windows updates good.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
okay, yeah, we're.
I had one early on when I had an older laptop, it was running Windows 10.5. And then it updated, it wouldn't run it.
Oh, shoot.
It's my fault, sorry.
And what's the password?
Rick said he'll post something on there.
And there's, I mean, lots of older
267
machines don't have drivers.
684.
Yeah, and Ken's automatic drivers
Aren't always the ones you
aren't
want.
always the
That's right,
ones
no,
you
we
got
run into that here.
go in and download.
He's had to change the drivers here.
Yeah, I do not.
So you just, you're.
I'm so sorry,
Clear
Candace.
for multiple questions.
Yeah.
That's okay, I got 11 people on here.
It's nice, you haven't been having that many people.
Well, not this early, no,
It's my app,
not this
it's my
early.
screen.
But I've gotten a lot more subscribers.
Test your sound though?
I was just, well, that's when I was heading out the door. Yeah, Eric doesn't give us a lot of time to answer.
Well, I have that screen in Zoom that I used to get to.
You know, the best we could do is send that to Derek. Okay. And I will send a brief overview. Renewals, really, the staff report.
All right, now you got it, now you got it, okay.
Oh, the.
Now test it. Yeah.
We're still getting lots of calls. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
Supervisor Brown, we can hear you. Apparently people are not hearing us, so we have a delay in starting. As soon as we get the green light, we're going to bring it back.
My guess is you should put the HDMI in an end machine. Put the HDMI
I
in.
can hear you well, but that's fine.
Put that in and then start up the machine
Oh, yeah.
beforehand rather than, so it finds it when it's coming out.
Hopefully this is my first.
Last one.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Probably so,
We're
huh?
live.
And a response from Flora. From that. So it looks like we're good to go. Just real quick, is Supervisor Finley join us? I've heard from Supervisor Brown.
Yeah. She said as far as she understands.
Is County Council with us?
No, and also working on a system where we can do direct deposit. So,
That's the second one.
yeah. We'll not maybe in the first round, so we're gonna have to do it.
Oh.
So there it is.
County Council, are you on the line or on Zoom?
I think John's on, it's showing he's on. But I don't see, oh, Margaret's on now, okay.
Margaret's on, thank you.
I don't know if they can hear us.
I have to,
According to that letter.
no, not see that.
Okay, so
I just
I
gonna
will
reiterate, have you
say
reiterate.
to my knowledge, everything was on schedule, but I'll
That's
confirm.
right.
Yes,
So,
So I believe that we have Supervisor Brown and
Thanks,
Supervisor
Emma.
Finley on the line as well as County Council. So we were going to bring this meeting, a special meeting of December 9th, 2020. We're opening it up and we will start with Supervisor Morris, would you lead us in a pledge of allegiance?
Sure.
please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And this is a special meeting, so we will be taking public input after the item is discussed by, talked about from the board. So you will have time to speak. We will do a little housekeeping in a moment here. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board and staff may request that an item be heard out of order. Since there's only one, we will go directly into that after housekeeping. Dr. Coons?
CIO, because I just wanted to have you, I know we had quite a busy week last week with the CalPERS issue, and I just wanted to have you reiterate the current status and the letter that went out so retirees can feel a little reassured on the process going forward.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Morris. The letter should have been received from my office to all the CalPERS recipients of medical insurance, that our process has been changed. However, there'll be no reductions in their benefits. Rather than it being paid directly to CalPERS, now the reimbursement checks will be sent directly to the CalPERS member. We did have a bit of a curveball from CalPERS, so we had to hustle and get everything lined up. So checks will be going out, I believe this week. I'll confirm that because I know that the CalPERS payment is due on the 20th for the medical beneficiaries. So I will confirm that, but I haven't heard anything to the they try to use a big word. Haven't heard anything to the opposite, that it's not going out. But contrary, that's the word I was looking for, yes. I've heard anything to the contrary, that it's not going out. So I know Angie also is working, our auditor is working to try and do direct deposits the first round, but that may not be possible. But she is working on that too. So I will confirm that, but as of this morning, I haven't heard anything that says they're not going to be there on time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I want to clarify some concerns that I've received and kind of elaborate a little bit that this is an urgency ordinance. It is not the amended ordinance. For those of you on the line who are a little confused by that, I would refer you to the Planning Commission meeting of November 19th, I believe. If you look in the staff minutes, you will find a link to the quote CEQA draft, which has now been finalized, and the first proposed amended ordinance. This is not the amended ordinance. This is a urgency ordinance, and I know that I've received several inquiries wondering if this is a new ordinance. It is not. The Board of Supervisors, as in the backup of this document, it will tell you that we will be having a meeting on the 21st of this month to receive the Planning Commission's recommendations, and we will vote on that. So that is a totally separate issue, and I know that there was a little confusion. So I know that this says that we are going to introduce and waive the reading and enact an urgency ordinance extending the terms of previously issued commercial cannabis cultivation licenses and prohibit the issuance of new commercial cannabis cultivation licenses pending creation of a transition program, unknown fiscal impact. I have had inquiries asking to just slow this down a piece and to read the ordinance. It's 6 pages. I am going to get input from my board to see what the consensus is. I don't have a problem doing that, and I think there's wisdom in it, but I do want to check in with my board because I do not know what the time frame that the supervisors have. So Supervisor Brown, what is your feeling on reading the ordinance?
I would be supportive of reading the issues where there is outspoken concern, either through one of the supervisors or through a member of the public, or a supervisor that is willing to adopt that concern and look at it under scrutiny. I would be supportive of that.
Okay, Supervisor Finley?
Not necessary to read.
Okay, Supervisor Groves?
Madam Chair, it's up to you. I don't feel it's necessary for me, but you're the chair and you can decide what you want to do.
I appreciate that. Supervisor Morris?
I would concur.
Okay, so I think we'll adopt the hybrid of what Supervisor Brown did, say that if there is a specific concern from the public, that perhaps we read that section to make sure that we all are in the same comprehension. Okay? So with that, I open it up to the supervisors. Supervisor Brown, do you have any comments?
Regarding the ordinance, starting with me.
Yes, sir.
No pressure.
All right. The first comment I have would be the clarification on the immediate 180-day extension, and that it can be followed by an additional 45-day extension, and then a 10.5-month extension, and then a 1-year extension if needed. I'm just looking for clarity on that from County Council.
Okay, so
Just to be clear, you got it correct. The only thing is there's not an initial 180 days. The first one is 45 days, then it is 10.5 months, and then it is 1 year.
Actually, I apologize, board members. So this ordinance is drafted not under Government Code 65858, and that is what we know as the moratorium ordinance in the planning and zoning law that creates the 45-day window, and then the 10.5 month window, and then the 1-year window. We're utilizing the general section of the government code, which is 23-152. That's your standard urgency ordinance. So we're not operating under the 45-day, 10.5 month, 1-year window. The ordinance will sunset by its terms within 6 months if the board adopts this ordinance today, or if there's an earlier adoption. So that I just want to make clear that this is an urgency ordinance under the general ordinance section of the government code, not the planning and zoning law. I know I'm getting a little bit into the weeds, but I just want to be clear that there is a 6-month sunset on this ordinance.
Mr. Cole, I know I just said your name, can you identify yourself, because I'm sorry, I didn't know you were on the line, and so I did not.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I apologize. Darren Cole, Special Counsel for the county.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up to that, Supervisor Brown?
I do not have a follow-up on that. I appreciate the clarity. My next comment would be, as I've received some questions from constituents, all of the licenses that were turned in before March of 2020, but not issued but monies were accepted for those applications. There's been concern if these applications are or are not included in this. My understanding after reading the ordinance is that they are not included and that those licenses would be dealt with separately at a later time. Is that correct?
And Supervisor Brown, no, the answer is that those applications will not be processed. So as for all new license applications, all of them that are pending, whether or not issued before March 19th or after, whether the application, this ordinance would prohibit the county from either accepting new applications or processing or considering existing applications because of the need to put in place the transition program. So I do want to make clear that the urgency ordinance would apply to any application for any new license, even if that was submitted before March.
So I have a
Okay, thank you very much.
comment. Supervisor Brown, Director Hunter would like to weigh in on answering as well. Go ahead, Ms. Hunter.
Staff does have a short staff presentation, which may answer some of these questions that are coming up.
That would be awesome. I'll just, Supervisor Brown, if we could take a pause. I did not know there was a presentation, and so I apologize. I would like to receive the presentation before the Board of Supervisors launch into questions. I hope that we do get some answers, so please proceed. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Kim Hunter. I'm the Building and Planning Director. Our staff presentation today on this item, which is before you today, item being a proposed urgency ordinance that will provide direction to staff regarding the administration of the commercial cannabis program, specifically the issuance of cultivation licenses. The staff presentation today will, I will give a brief overview, basically what the staff report online presents, then hand it over to Margie DeRose, the Cannabis Senior Planner, for some follow-up and to outline some of the staff's thoughts moving forward should this ordinance be adopted, and then lastly turn it over to Derek Cole to go through the ordinance and follow up if anything else needs to be covered that we may have missed earlier on in the presentation. The county's delay in processing and issuing 2020 cannabis cultivation renewal licenses places applicants and whose licenses have not been processed for this calendar year in jeopardy of losing or not obtaining the required state cultivation licenses. The loss of ability to lawfully supply cultivation cannabis within the regulated legal system would, through no fault of the licensees, expose those licensees for the 2020 cannabis cultivation renewal application to significant losses on the considerable investments they have made to maintain lawful cultivation operations. It would be inequitable to expose those licensees for cannabis cultivation to the consequences due to circumstances beyond their control, including the effect of COVID-19 pandemic and shortages in county staffing. In addition to the need to relieve the 2020 cannabis cultivation license applicants from these potential inequities, the county commercial cannabis program will shortly be undergoing a significant change in nature and scope due to the potential and imminent certification of a programmatic environmental impact report and adoption of an amended program ordinance, which is not what's before you today, that implements the adopted mitigation measures of that environmental impact report. Once adopted, the amended program ordinance will include the mitigation measure recommended by the final EIR, which will be going before the board on December 21st, resulting in significant changes being made to the commercial cannabis program, including the existing and new cannabis cultivation ordinance operations. County staff is presently developing a transition plan to implement the new requirements of the amended program ordinance by, among other things, creating application checklists, informational material, guidance documents, and other review and compliance resources. It is in the best interest of the public and the commercial cannabis program that county staff devotes their time, resources, and efforts towards implementing the requirements of the amended program ordinance as soon as possible. To allow county staff to properly focus its efforts on developing an effective transition plan regarding the amended program ordinance and avoid the inequities of applicants for 2020 cannabis cultivation applications, it is necessary and in immediate public interest to extend the dates of previously issued cannabis cultivation licenses as provided in Section 1 of the proposed urgency ordinance. Alternatives to approval of the urgency ordinance would be to reject the proposed item and provide further direction to staff, or propose changes to the proposed ordinance. It's the department's recommendation that the board introduce, waive the reading of, which we've somewhat addressed, and they enact an urgency ordinance extending the terms of previously issued commercial cannabis licenses and prohibit the issuance of new commercial cannabis cultivation licenses pending the creation of a transition plan. And with that, I will hand this over to Margie DeRose, Senior Planner for the Cannabis Division.
Good morning, Chair, board members. Margie DeRose, Senior Planner for the Cannabis Division for Trinity County. I just want to briefly talk about how we would administratively roll this urgency ordinance out and how it sort of relates to the transition plan that Director Hunter spoke of. Essentially, I've been doing some preparing on how we might address the extensions of existing cannabis cultivation licenses and how we would do that procedurally, effectively, and transparently. And in development of the transition plan, pending the adoption of the final EIR and amended program ordinance, we are going to deal with the licenses that would be extended under this urgency ordinance if it's adopted. So we're creating a strategic long-term plan to help facilitate moving all of the licensees and applicants through the program efficiently with the changes coming up in the program as a whole. So I just kind of wanted to let folks know that we're preparing to make change either immediately or long-term, depending on what the board decides to do today.
Is it Derek Cole now?
Yes.
Derek, good morning, welcome.
Good morning, thank you. And I'll just briefly build off of what Kim and Margie has said and just address some of the legal and logistical issues. First, as an urgency ordinance, this is a 4/5 vote. So there will need to be 4 votes by the board members to enact this ordinance. It's not a normal ordinance, and so I just want to make it clear there is a supermajority that is required for passage today. Secondly, as I pointed out a moment ago, there's 2 different types of urgency ordinances. Traditionally, in a planning situation, you're using the planning and zoning law, which is codified in Government Code 68585 or 588. I forget. I apologize, but that's the version that the board may be more familiar with because of some of the previous iterations of the cultivation ordinance, where you have the 45 days and then you have to re-adopt within those 45 days for up to 1 year, and then you can add a year onto that. So that's a different process. There's a general county urgency ordinance that's in Government Code 23151, and that's the process that is proposed here. And so there is a sunset date of 6 months no further action needs to be taken within 45 days. I just want to make clear, but there is a sunset of 6 months or the earlier of the implementation of the transition program that Director Hunter and Margie have addressed. So just some, again, I'm getting into the legal weeds, but I feel it's important to make those procedural points. As both Margie and Director Hunter mentioned, we're dealing with two issues here essentially. One is we do have a delay in the 2020 license cycle that has resulted in several applications not being processed. And at the same time, we now have, the board will soon be considering the adoption of an EIR and the adoption of an amended ordinance that will incorporate all of the mitigation measures from the EIR. And so, again, the board has a right to make whatever decision it's going to make when that is presented, but if the board does certify the EIR and adopt the new ordinance, then the full suite of mitigation measures that are recommended in the EIR will be incorporated into the cannabis program. So effectively in 2021, staff is preparing for a situation in which we will have an updated and fully environmentally studied cannabis program. And that's the reason for the transition plan. And once that's the case, the reason we did the EIR and the reason that all of these mitigation measures were studied is so that they can actually be incorporated into the program. And so while other counties that have gone through this, such as Humboldt, such as Calaveras, they have created transition programs. The transition program is exactly that. It is a transition. It is transitionary. It is not permanent. And so we need to move from the program that we have now to the program that the EIR has recommended, and we need to do that as expeditiously as possible to make sure that the goals of CEQA, which are the protection of the environment and the consideration of environmental factors in all decisions that local governments make, in this case concerning cannabis, that actually occurs. And so it's very important that this transition program move forward, but not only that, but every license that is issued, whether it's licensees who are currently cultivating or new licensees, all of them must be brought up to the standards that are set forth in the EIR and that will be incorporated into the new amended ordinance. And so the goal is to, in 2021, bring everyone up to that standard, and not everyone is there now. And so we're kind of dealing with two situations. We're moving forward with the transition plan, but at the same time, we recognize that there's delays that have affected those who are trying to get their 2020 licenses, and we're trying to address them at the same time. And we're building off of the report you received from Director Coons last week as far as how to staff the program and move the program forward. I want to address now what will happen for existing licenses, and then I want to address what will happen for new licenses. Under existing licenses, the approach that we're taking is modeled after the Subdivision Map Act. As the board may know, the legislature during the recession or after the Great Recession and for several years would enact legislation that would extend the lifetime of subdivision maps that had previously been approved. I believe the legislature started doing that in 2011 or maybe even earlier, and they did it continuously. And I think they did that, I'm not sure when the last one they did, but it was about maybe 2017 or 2018. But effectively what they said to the local agencies is the lifetime of every map that you have approved will be extended for typically, I think it was 18 months or 2 years. What we've done is sort of build off of the Map Act extension approach that went on in the past decade and apply that here. what we're doing is extending the life of any previously issued cannabis cultivation license if it was issued on or after January 1st, 2019 for the earlier of 6 months from today, which would be somewhere around May 8th or May 9th, or the adoption of a further ordinance by your successor board implementing the transition program. So the hope would be that the transition program that Margie has talked about, how she's starting on that could be presented by the spring to your successor board and could be implemented, and that board could then adopt an appropriate transition plan that would be codified, perhaps by a successor to this ordinance. And so what we're doing is essentially creating breathing room for the existing licensees, because we on the one hand, we want to deal with the situation they're in now, where there is a considerable delay, but on the other hand, all of these licensees are going to have to come up to the new standard in 2021. And so we want to make sure that we start to transition them to the requirements of the new ordinance. And that's what we're doing, is we're creating essentially a 6-month extension, and we're following the MAP Act example that the legislature has provided us. So that's what will happen with existing licenses. As for new licenses, as I mentioned in response to Supervisor Brown's question earlier, all new license applications will be on hold. So if the license has been applied for, if it's a new license, even if it was before March of this year, those applications will be on hold pending the transition program. Any new license applications that have not been filed will not be accepted. The reason we're doing this is because these new license applications, like the existing licenses, will have to be judged by the standards of the new ordinance that incorporates all of the mitigation measures that are recommended by the EIR. And so they will have to come up to the standard that will be part of the new amended program. And so in order for the county to properly review these licenses and to do the review and the CEQA review that is required, we will need to have all of the checklists, the FAQs, the guidance documents, and the internal mechanisms to make sure that we can properly review a license application and make sure it meets all of the requirements of the new ordinance. Make sure that all of the studies that are required have been submitted. Make sure that all of the information that is required has been submitted. Make sure that all of the mitigation measures that will need to be part of those licenses have in fact been proposed and can be implemented. That's not something that we're really ready to handle now, because right now we need to get the transition program in place. We need to implement the new standards. And so basically all applications for new licenses will effectively be on hold. There will be no action taken on them. And if someone has not submitted a new application, they will be advised that the county is not accepting their application until the transition program, and ultimately that transition program will provide the guidance to them as to how to apply for their new licenses. So that, in a sort of long-winded way, is how the program will work. I do want to make one clarification, and then I'm happy to answer any questions the board has. There is this, an interpretation question came up among staff yesterday. What about type 3 licenses? Those are issued initially by a conditional use permit, but then there are annual licenses. Because there's a conditional use permit and there's a separate CEQA process for those licenses, and we are not interpreting this urgency ordinance as applying to those types of approvals. And so my recommendation to the board when the time comes is I have some language I would add as a whereas clause at the very end of the section 1 that just says that type 3 licenses are not covered by this urgency ordinance. I won't burden the board with that now, but when you start deliberating, I will remind the board that staff does want to make sure there is a clarification. That is our position, but we thought it would be good to make that expressed. So that's all I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions that the board has.
I have a couple right off the shoot.
Madam Chair, if I may jump in, this is Margaret Long, and ask Derek to, if he wouldn't mind defining how the county is defining new licenses. I think it would be important to make sure that's clear.
Defining licenses.
New licenses.
A new license. A new license is a license that has not been issued in a previous year. So if someone does not have a license that was issued for the 2019 growing season, and they have not yet received an approved license, then that is considered a new license. So I don't know if that answers the question, but I guess the better way to say it is if someone has already received a license before, an issued license, then they're considered an existing licensee and are under the existing licensee standards of this ordinance. If someone has not yet received a license from the county and they are applying for the first time for a license, even if they did that back in March or before March or earlier this year, they are considered a new licensee and they would be subject to the suspension on license processing.
Okay, we have some questions. I'm going to ask you on the 6 months that it is implemented. At any time, can the new board, if there is some piece that isn't correct, can they surgically correct that piece in that 6 months for the urgency ordinance?
Yes, Chair Chadwick, my response to that is yes. If they need to surgically change something, they could do that. And then secondly, ultimately, we're hoping that the transition program can be developed quickly. I know we're always optimistic about those things, but they always seem to take longer than expected. But the idea is that the new board would then be able to essentially adopt a superseding ordinance that would set forth the transition program. But if as they go along, they see the need to make little changes here or there because of interpretation issues, that is within your new board's prerogative.
Thank you, and that leads into my next question perfectly. So if I am a licensed farmer right now, and I have been in this limbo land, when if this urgency ordinance passes today, and then I'm reissued the license for 2020, and going forward, when does that renewal come up? Am I regularly annual renewal, or will the renewals change based on going backwards? Do you understand the question I have, Margie?
I do. That's a great question, Chair. We've thought about this, the fact that up to 185 extensions could occur under this urgency ordinance, and the fact that they would all technically expire at the same time would be an administrative challenge for the program. And so we're considering that as we develop the transition plan to allow for some sort of staggering of the renewal process under an amended program ordinance that doesn't burden the staff to the point where we end up where we are right now with a lot of delays, and put the licensees in that expired license period again.
So is there any way that there could be language that if someone has their own CEQA or has completed their CEQA, that we can roll them with a longer renewal application, just to kind of get them out of the way, you know, if they've already complied. I know some of the farmers have done their own CEQA.
That might be a better question for Derek to answer.
Okay. And Derek, we have more questions on the board, but if you could please take note of the public comment. I would ask that if there are questions that can be answered, I believe that we have people that will be wanting to articulate specific things, and I think it would benefit the board to have you answer those, but not as each person speaks, but at the completion of the public comment, if staff and you can address those. So I want to give you a heads up to when the public is making those comments, if you could keep track of those questions. Supervisor Morris.
Thank you, Margie and Kim, and thank you, Derek, for the succinct overview. I have a question, it's a gray area question. We have, since March, my understanding, we have issued or noticed those licenses. My understanding is that there may not be renewals. They have CEs and have been noticed, but they've been now stuck in limbo because of that October, November kind of holding pattern. So where do these folks who kind of sit in the gray area, they're not brand new, the file hasn't been touched, the file has been touched, they're issued a CE, they've been noticed, but not received their license?
I can answer that. Those licenses will not be issued. Even though the county was moving forward and took the steps to issue those licenses, we understand now that that was not something that should have been done at the time, and we will not be issuing those licenses.
Oh, okay, hold tight. I think I have Margie with a comment.
Thank you. I want to help clarify, this has been a question that has come up a number of times, just in the program in general. Folks are curious, their license has been noticed, and what that means is the license was identified in the Trinity Journal to be issued, and that's different than a notice of determination made under CEQA. And so the difference here is many, if not all, of the licenses that have not yet been issued but have been noticed have not undergone a CEQA review.
Okay.
So that's sort of the difference between those folks and the folks that have been issued licenses, if that helps.
And do we have any of those who have been issued a CEQA review that would be considered new?
I'm not sure.
So if someone's been applied for a license before March and staff has gotten to that file, are there new ones that have been issued CEs that would qualify to move forward?
There has not been much as far as environmental review,
so they don't
for the better part of 2020.
Okay.
So there could be a few possibly, but the majority haven't undergone that process.
Okay, so they don't get to move forward. Then my other question, and maybe this is for Derek, I understand there will be an urgency to get this transition plan moving so the newer folks can move forward. Is there anything, are the new applicants or those who've been noticed, is there anything they can do to help prepare to move their process faster as we start moving forward?
I believe that staff could, as part of the transition program, communicate with applicants about things they can be doing now to get ready. And one thing I would say to all existing and new licensee applicants is to look at the ordinance and to look at the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, or the MMRP, because that's basically what we're going to be requiring all licensees to comply with. And so, you know, if folks start to familiarize themselves with that document, they're going to see all of the information that's required, all of the studies that's required, and they can start going through each mitigation measure and saying, do I meet this? Do I not? Is this applicable? You know, for the vast majority, I mean, a lot of the mitigation measures may look scary at first, but as a practical matter, many of them may not be applicable. And so I think if you're someone who is currently a licensee, or you're applying for a license, the best thing that you could do now is to go through the MMRP, or the Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, and to just literally go through each either it doesn't apply, and you can document that it doesn't apply, or to make sure that you meet the standard and that you have the documentation that's requested, and to work with your consultants. And certainly the consultants can be helping their clients do that right now as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all I had.
I'm going to follow up with something you just said. The ordinance you're referring to is the new amended ordinance, and I believe that is being noticed today. Is that correct? Is that published today? And they can find it in the, I'm asking.
Yes, the draft ordinance actually, staff can correct me, but I know it was posted on the December 3rd agenda for the Planning Commission. So the current version of the proposed ordinance is
You cut out.
Planning Commission.
It cut out right when you said is. Can you repeat that?
So the current version of the ordinance, I know, was posted on the last Planning Commission agenda page. So if you go to that, you can see the current version of the ordinance. And then the final EIR is on the county's commercial cannabis page, and that's what has the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And I guess my advice would be to go to that, because it's a little easier to follow. It's a checklist and sort of like a spreadsheet looking, and it's probably easier to follow. It's in the executive summary section of the final EIR. So if someone wants to really see what all the new mitigation measures are, my recommendation is to go to there. And again, it's posted on the commercial cannabis page on the planning website.
Okay, David, did you want to add something? I see nothing.
Yes, please, just for the sake of clarification. Good morning, Supervisors. David Colbeck, Environmental Compliance Specialist with the Department of Transportation. No, Derek, well said. I just want to add some points of clarification specifically to the MMRP, the Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program. That is currently under review by staff. That has not been published. That is something that will go to the board, that is required for the board to consider. It has not been presented to the commission yet. So to, again, just make that clarification for the public that is hearing that we're reviewing it. Further, Derek is correct. The executive summary does show and list in volume 2 of the final EIR all the mitigations. I would point individuals that are interested to your question, Supervisor Morris, of moving forward or positioning themselves to move forward as quickly as possible, is to review Appendix C, which is the environmental review checklist, which is what staff is looking to build the transition plan off of. I want to note also that Appendix C is intended to be somewhat of a living document, in that there is freedom and flexibility for the program to actually change and modify that plan, that applicability of that checklist to individual sites. So it's meant to be flexible. It's meant to add as much flexibility to the implementation of the EIR as staff can do. Regardless, for those, again, who are wanting to position themselves, they should apply that checklist to their particular situation, their particular application, in preparation for the 2021 season. notwithstanding that this has not actually been presented to the board yet and has not actually been certified, but that is where staff is looking to go.
Great, thank you very much.
Supervisor Groves, do you have any questions for
Not
at this time? Okay.
I have one quick question, unless Supervisor Brown or Supervisor Finley has something.
Supervisor Brown, do you have?
No, I do not.
Okay, and Supervisor Finley? So Judy?
So my questions, there's some transfers that have been in the waiting for months. I suspect that unless they're type 3, which will go through the CUP process, those will be stuck in a holding pattern as well.
To help answer your question, the urgency ordinance does not include any language regarding transfers. What it does, though, is extend a license if they submitted a renewal.
Okay.
So that would allow for the continuance of the transfer process.
Okay, so if I already have a 10,000 square foot grow and I bought another property and I want to move it there, we should be able to facilitate that.
Specifically to transferring to a new owner, not a new location. That is similar to a new application process-wise, although it still kind of falls within the program itself because it's moving to a new site and there would be new impacts that would be considered.
Makes sense.
That analysis would be comparable to a new application.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So I just had one more thing, and I'm trying to find it. I think it's way back at the beginning, and it talks about the regional board order by 2016 and obtained by the cultivation license in 2018 and 19. I'm not following that, and we skipped 2017. So just to put it on your radar, I'm not sure what you're meaning by that. I don't know if who wants to take that. So
I'm hoping maybe Derek can.
Would it help you if I read the whole thing?
It might help some folks that are participating.
Okay, whereas in having enrolled in the regional board order by 2016 and obtained county cultivation's license in 2018 and/or 2019, cannabis cultivation licenses have been required to expand significant time, money, and resources in maintaining licensed and legally compliant cultivation operations. So I just was wondering, is 2017 just not there?
Under,
it would be on page 2. It's the second paragraph. It's the first whereas.
Madam Chair, that the whereases are a description of the historical aspect where I see where people got confused that in the ordinance that we only allow that, but if you read the ordinance part, it says any license before 2019 is a valid license. So this is just saying that, well, saying what it says, but it's not part of the ordinance.
I recognize the historical value, and that's why I'm wondering why we don't include the 2017. That's what my question was. So.
I think I could answer that. Essentially, what we've looked at is the data in our files to determine who is actively in the program. You know, as Supervisor Groves mentioned, the 2016 date is sort of to provide that historical context. But in 2019 and 2020, we have applicants for renewal or renewal applications for licensed people that were issued a license before. Prior to that January 1st, 2019 date, we're not seeing folks that may have been licensed in 2018 or 2017 now trying to pursue a renewal. The folks that are sort of active in the program have been actively pursuing renewing their license. And so that's, I don't know if that helps clarify why we don't really speak to the other dates in here.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we did not have any cultivation farmers that had actually get enrolled in 2017, or if that was just an omission, you know, because it's been, David, do you understand what I'm saying? I see you're moving, and I don't know if I'm not asking the question.
So perhaps I can speak to that just very briefly. So I understand that whereas and what you're pointing to, I don't think that in the language presented to you in this urgency ordinance, it's meant to limit any timeframes. It's really just meant as a whereas to speak to the requirement for enrollment with the water board, as the current ordinance states. So I understand there were some transitions there were some opt-outs, there were some, say, zoning, TPZ, timber production zones that had different timelines for requirements for enrollment. There are some details in the original ordinance that is not exactly perhaps captured in the whereas that you're looking at, but I would echo Supervisor Grove's statement is that functionally that is not really say the issue at hand. It's really further down in terms of section 2 of this urgency ordinance that is relevant. Granted, that could have been stated slightly differently in that whereas, but I don't feel that that is, well, water board enrollment's a standard requirement.
I understand that.
Yes, so does that address your issue?
Yeah, it's just, historically we did it for that years, but I understand you're saying it's irrelevant.
Not irrelevant. It could have been cleaner, is what I'm trying to admit, but regardless, I hope that satisfies your question.
All right, so I think if there's no more questions from the board, we'll just go ahead and, was there anything you wanted to say before I opened it up to the public? Derek, is there anything you wanted to say before I open it to the public? Unmute.
We will take notes of what everyone said.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Emma, I am going to request that you help me out on this because I don't have them in front of me. So if you can say their names really clear, and after they know they're on, start the timer.
Yep.
This is a 3-minute.
I am going to review the process for requesting to speak to the board, just so that we're all clear here. You should raise your hand or message me, the clerk of the board, so that we know that you would like to speak. That way we can keep it all in a timely order. You have 3 minutes to speak, and then the timer will be on the screen so you can see how much time you have. The chairperson will acknowledge you. You must state your name, and then the timer will start. If you don't know how to raise your hand on Zoom, please just message me. Thank you.
And our first participant is?
No hand.
I see no hands raised.
No hands are raising, so I know something's gone wrong. There's 55 people. From Anna, right to everyone, raise hand. So is that Anna Wright? Did you want to speak?
Anna Wright, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate the department trying to put something together to address the pending renewals from this last year. What I don't appreciate is the fact that new applications and transfer applications that completed everything required under our current ordinance are not going to be getting the same treatment. All of these licensees, whether they're renewing or new applications, have adhered to our current ordinance. As David just reminded us, the new ordinance, the amended ordinance, is not yet final and certified, so we are not supposed to be following that yet. You cannot take money for application fees and for a lot of people license fees and then sit on it and tell people now you have to do even more things with the new ordinance. I urge the board to amend the language to all.
Anna, you cut out.
Forgetting.
Stop your timer.
I did.
Anna,
Okay.
you cut out and we stopped your timer. You said, I urge the board, and it dropped.
I urge the board to add language to include the new applications and the transfer applications as they have paid the same fees and gone through the same checklist as renewals. I also want to urge that the whereas section on the very bottom of the first page, I understand this is for historical background, but you have something in here that says that cultivation license renewals had to have enrolled by 2016 in the Regional Water Board. That's not appropriate, that's not in our ordinance right now. There are some renewals that applied in 2018 and enrolled in 2018, and that follows our current ordinance. So I would be careful with that whereas section there. I do also want to point out that issuing these licenses to match the state provisional license deadline of January 1st, 2022 will give everybody renewals and new applications and transfers, if you include them in this urgency ordinance. It will give everybody the full calendar year to adhere to this amended ordinance. I understand Mr. Cole is saying that consultants can help now with these mitigations. We can, however, it's not final and not certified, and we're hoping for some major changes that need to happen. So until we have actual ordinance that is certified, there is no reason that the new applications and the transfer applications should not be treated the same as the renewals. They've all paid their fees, some of them have been processing almost a year now, and they're going to lose yet another season. If we want to see this program and this industry boom in Trinity County, and for everybody in local government, you want to see the money, you need to let this program function. Everybody who applied under the current ordinance is not significantly impacting the environment because we have that CEQA exemption clause still in there. I know our county council doesn't want to recognize that, but we have to look at what the current ordinance is, who has adhered to the current ordinance, both new, transfer, renewal apps, and everybody needs to be able to function this season. Thank you very much, and I do appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan.
Scott Watkins.
Hello,
Good
and
morning,
welcome, Scott.
supervisors. Hello. Good morning, supervisors, staff, and members of the community on Zoom. Please let me know if I have any audio issues. My name is Scott Watkins from Weaverville, and this urgency ordinance reads as though it has good intentions. Likewise, last week's special meeting presentation by Dr. Richard Coons is a step in the right direction. Both provide great pathways for licensees with issued and active licenses to maintain their licenses in good standing for their foreseeable future, while leaving questions for applications that are pending or in being transferred. And some have been pending for nearly a year. I do have concerns about how this urgency ordinance is written. The main concern relates to the prohibition on issuance of new commercial cannabis licenses pending the creation of a transition program. My understanding is the transition program is tiered or is tied to the program EIR, which is not yet certified, and which I also have concerns about the potential for litigation creating delays in the implementation of the revised ordinance, as well as the transition plan, which in turn could create unintended consequences. Specifically, if EIR were litigated, the transition plan would be delayed for an unknown amount of time. This could leave all of the pending applications in limbo. I'd like to request a provision be included in this urgency ordinance allowing any pending applications to be issued once they complete an independent CEQA compliance analysis in the form of an initial study with a finding of a mitigated negative declaration or negative declaration, or a project-specific EIR if that's appropriate. This would be similar to Derek Cole's request to add a whereas clause for medium licenses that have undergone a separate CEQA review process. This would at least provide some sort of pathway for applications that have been impacted by circumstances beyond their control, as already noted within the urgency ordinance findings, and create an equitable opportunity for these pending applicants should the EIR be litigated. I make this request because there are several pending applications that have completed every request made of them, including the drafting of an independent initial study at the direction of staff, and have still not been issued a license. Some even completed that public noticing and not received any appeals. To create equitable solutions, we must consider all stakeholders, including those who have been impacted by circumstances beyond their control, such as those who are currently pending. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins.
Patrick Cahan.
Patrick?
Also, as a note to the public, please remember to lower your hand when you are done speaking.
Patrick, are you on the line? Are you waiting to speak? Okay.
He lowered his hand. We're going to move on to SJ.
SJ. Is there an SJ? Are we not getting to it?
Yes, Stephen Jordan, American Cannabis Representative Board.
Go ahead,
Can you hear
Mr.
me,
Jordan.
Speak?
Yes, we can hear you. It's a little bit quiet.
Okay, sorry, A4 doesn't have the best Wi-Fi sometimes. I'd like to label the elephant in the room, which is that Mr. Cole's explanation on the urgency ordinance for the vote today made absolute zero sense operationally to your constituents. The lack of clarity in Mr. Cole's explanation is really a true representation and the lack of clarity of information being handed to the board to vote upon. I'll remind
Mr. Jordan,
increasing as we speak.
Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The audio on our side went out momentarily. I don't remember what word you were at. If you're reading it, Mr. Cole is what I heard. Mr. Cole, and then it cut out. I don't know what you said after that.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. The lack of clarity in Mr. Cole's explanation is really a true representation of the lack of clarity of information that's being given to the board to vote upon. I will remind the board that Trinity County is already under multiple lawsuits, which are increasing as we speak, for the mishandling of companies, sole proprietors, and individual affairs. To recite, Mr. Cole stated that even licenses and process of application, made notice, and timestamped will be held in moratorium for at least 180 days. To make my next statement even more clear, since the county, from multiple departments I might add, have failed to be transparent, is that by voting aye to pass this urgency ordinance, each member of the board will be held responsible in the California court system and to the Attorney General's office for potential unconstitutional and unethical behaviors. The board is directly affecting the economics of the legal industry, and I recite that, a legal industry, and revenues of entities and individuals. For accused members and members with conflicts of economic interest, the board should see the abundance of red flags flying across the room this morning. To cite the Trinity County hired consultant's contradiction to Mr. Cole, certain documents have not even been certified by the board for the EIR at this point. So again, County Counsel, the new special counsel, Mr. Cole, and the dissolved ad hoc members are putting the cart before the horse. This is a vote, not a pre-decided narrative for board members to vote to comply with. To be blunt, the board, the ad hoc county council, planning committee, and planning department have acted out of sync, have misled, have made unconstitutional motions, and have voted unethically, even with members under recusals. I must remind the board, Long and Cole, that both Humboldt and Calaveras suffered immense lawsuits. For reasons I stated, the urgency ordinance will place Trinity County into an extremely vulnerable position, which could bankrupt the county. The only group that will benefit from this urgency ordinance financially is the legal team's contracts for increased prices for litigation labor hours. My last request is for the head chair to ask the CAO, Dr. Coons, before vote, his honest opinion on how this direction will affect the county financially, litigation pending. That topic has not been addressed by the county council, county special counsel, the planning committee, or by members of the board. And Dr. Coons is the only qualified official to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a whole lot.
Patrick Cahan, again?
Patrick Cahan is what I'm hearing to the masks, but if there's a Patrick waiting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, and just before you start, just so you know, when you go quiet on our side, the clerk of the board actually stops your timer. So we are trying very diligently. As soon as we do not hear you, you do not continue your timer, just for the record. Okay? Go ahead, Patrick.
Okay, so hi everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think it's extremely unfortunate that we are where we are. I know there's been a lot of new staff and stuff, and a lot of this just comes down to me, it comes down to some basic principles and that have been outlined by the state. For one, the EIR keeps getting, counties keep getting more time, and that's why we're here, is because it already got pushed off a year. It may happen again. I'm just trying to keep operational, and that's extremely hard in Trinity County. So I appreciate the intent here. I do really feel like there is some people that are trying to keep us operational, and I really want to advocate for the people who've been trying so hard to get into this program and having such a problem, even though you put such strong limitations like a 500-person cap and all of this. And I want to advocate for my situation, which is a type 3 that I've been applying for a couple years now. And so I would like to recommend that you do everything that you can to include everyone that you can, but I also want to advocate for the type 3 applications that you can't even apply for unless you were current in 16 and 17, including probably 18 and 19. And so I do hope that you include that in any of your decisions, as was mentioned. On top of this, you included language like priority of existing licenses throughout the ordinance that hasn't been followed, and that was designed so that it could help staff. So there's a lot of problems that have been existent throughout this process that has mostly been brought about because the county has been so insistent on finding its own way, instead of following the ways that have been presented by just
You stopped.
things ahead of us.
Patrick, back up to this, the word this.
This.
You're cutting out.
Notes, and I go out of my heart. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you back up to the word
So anyway,
this?
I don't know why I'm breaking up, and I'm sure it's happening everywhere, but if you can hear me, I think it's important to recognize that we need to stop creating our own problems in this county. And part of that is to follow the state's guidelines. So as an example, the state keeps allowing for provisional licenses. The county needs to follow the state's guidance on that as closely as they can and include people. There's only 500 potential people in this county who have put a lot of money, sweat, and tears into this process. So I really hope to advocate for them. And I also hope that you can help those of us who meet all the criteria for the type 3 and have been pushed out because of staffing, and that you'll include this as well in what you decide today so that we can keep moving forward and keep making this program stronger. Thank you.
Brian Gossman.
Brian, welcome. Brian Gossman. We're not hearing you. Is he still chatting to you?
We can hear you online. Let me just double check.
Brian, just so you know, the audio in the Board of Supervisors room right now is not picking you up at all. So your time hasn't started. I just don't want you to be in the middle of your conversation and think that we're hearing you. Okay, I can see you now, Brian. Can you try to talk and let's see if I can hear you? Nope, no, I can't hear you yet. I can hear you that time, but
Well,
I'm getting a lot of
on
backup.
the Zoom here, so if we don't talk, we can hear him, but if we interrupt him, there's gonna be an echo.
Okay.
Turn up here if you want. Or not. Okay.
Try Brian. Barely.
No, we're still gonna
Yeah,
We're getting too much of an echo.
If we mute this one, then, and leave Richard's volume on, then we won't get the echo.
Okay, hold on
If
one
you
second.
Mute your mic for a minute, but he won't be able to hear us.
Unmute my audio with Alt and press hold. I don't know what that is.
We're not,
he's ready to go again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that a thumbs up, Bobby?
Yes, because if I talk, then we can't hear you, so yes. Go.
yeah.
Okay, so I'll talk because I think I'm getting what you're saying. So I have been a licensed cultivator in Trinity now for a few years. I recently bought a new piece of property that also had an existing license. So I'm one of these people in the transfer renewal process. The license that I currently hold with the state is good until the end of May, but it expired in April with Trinity County. After all of my paperwork was received, I was told the reason I didn't get a renewal was due to COVID and a lack of staffing at the county level. And you know, now I'm bungled into everything that's going on now. One thing I would like to add to all of this is this, say we do have this 6-month transition period, it's going to be pretty difficult to come up to certain standards, such as, you know, let's just put roads as one of them, in the middle of winter. Getting contractors, backhoes, rock trucks, doing that kind of thing in Trinity County in the middle of winter, let's say over the next 4 months, would be incredibly difficult task, if indeed it becomes a 6-month period. So anyway, that's basically all I wanted to say is definitely take the renewal transition period and the people in that, please put us in there because we have been up to the standards, we've been paying our dues, and we've invested in this county. So help us help you guys when it comes to our fees and the money you're collecting or the money you won't be collecting if this all goes belly up. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
Dave, unmute yours.
Thank you.
Rachel Wood.
Good morning, supervisors. This is Rachel Wood in Hayford. Please let me know if I'm having any audio issues. I wanted to touch off first on the timing of this urgency ordinance. I think is extremely poor. If the EIR and new ordinance had been ratified and they were outside of their appeal periods, I feel like this would be one thing. But starting this when the EIR hasn't been ratified and the ordinance also hasn't been ratified is a poor choice, I believe. The second topic I want to touch on is CEQA. We have a client who completed an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, who's been reaching out to the planning department to get their compliance components, and the planning department has not contacted them on what they need to do in order to get their license issued. I don't think this is any fault of their own. They were told that they could not obtain a license until their initial study was complete due to their zoning type. So I do believe that if someone has completed an initial study, whether that be a negative declaration, mitigated neg dec, or in EIR, they should be able to get their license issued. They've gone above and beyond what the normal licensing program has requested of them in order to complete this. We also have projects who have submitted initial studies that have not yet been routed to the state clearinghouse that I believe also have met this requirement. So I would like the board to include a provision for someone who has completed an initial study to be exempt from this emergency ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Siegel?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, good morning, supervisors. I'm just going to echo the statements of really everybody so far. I'm a resident in Trinity County in Ruth. I lost my house in the recent fires. This is how I make income. This is how I provide for my family. I have spent the last year following every guideline from the county and the state to ensure that I'm compliant and a legal entity and operational. I'm in that group that submitted in January of this year, have followed everything to a T, have received my state license, have spent literally hundreds of thousands of dollars of my own savings of all that I have for my family in order to pursue this. And I am pleading with you to include those that have submitted this year into the ordinance, to write that into the ordinance. I don't know what else to say other than I have followed everything. We have gone step by step. I received my state license in July, and yet still nothing from the county. And so, again, I just appreciate the consideration, but have to say, with what I've invested of my personal life savings and everything for my family, and now having to rebuild my home in the fire, and my main source of income now in this situation is at risk. I'm just going to plead with you, and I'm holding back tears to say, please include those folks that have followed everything, that have paid our money this year, and done everything that the county has asked of us, and then press forward with the next steps for those new applications that folks have not submitted yet. But again, we're coming up on a year now that I have been patiently waiting and following all of the mitigation requirements from the county to ensure that we're compliant. Thank you so much for hearing me out, but just thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for your loss.
Lisa Wright?
Good morning, Chair Chadwick, Supervisors, Lisa Wright from Lewiston. I want to commend you on the effort to bring forward some issuance of licenses. So I appreciate that effort. I wish that Special Counsel Cole's explanation had been included, or pieces of it more explicitly stated in the urgency ordinance. I think that would have cleared up a lot of things earlier on. I'm going to get to a couple of my questions first, so I make sure that I don't miss those, because I know Bobby said, Chair Chadwick has said we would have staff address those. So if I have a 2020 license already, because there were people that did receive those, and I renew, and there's going to be a bunch of them that would renew in April of 2021, right before the end of this urgency ordinance, how will those licenses be treated? And then what if they had CEs versus provisionals? I think that's a question. Another one that someone had brought up I think is important is if someone does their own initial study, mitigated NEGDEC or NEGDEC, that should be processed by the county and should be exempted from this other review process, and they should be able to move forward. So I would like to see you include that in this language, and perhaps you could address how the county is going to handle people submitting those secret documents independent and on their own as a site-specific. Again, not addressing the dozens of pending transfers and new applications is really, I think, an error. If you are concerned with fair and equitable treatment of all applicants, as stated in this urgency ordinance, I request that you add the language. Anywhere renewals is stated to include pending transfers and new applications. They paid all their fees. I'm looking at between renewals and those new apps, you're pushing 1.5 million and nothing has happened. I don't know what staff has been doing for 9+ months if they haven't been processing those licenses. The fees have been paid for. This is fiscal impact clearly, so to say there is none, I think, is an error. Again, reference to the 2016 water board renewals, you should just take that out. It must be stricken whether or not it affects the actual language of the ordinance in the whereas. It's incorrect. Also, I will, just reiterate that the 2020 licenses, if you do move forward with this, I would like to certainly include the transfers and new applications, but they should be extended to the end of 2021 to coincide with the CDFA provisional licensing, and allow the license holders to transition to the proposed new ordinance following the final EIR adoption. And again, I say proposed. We're acting as though this has been approved, and we're shutting down an existing ordinance that has not been shown that it needs to be shut down. We need to act under our existing ordinance and the laws as they stand now. It's great to prepare, but we need to move forward as required in our ordinance. Thank you so much for your time, and have a good day.
Adrian Keys.
Welcome, Adrian.
Hey, good morning, thank you. And Adrian Keys from E4 here. This came out on pretty short notice for deep analysis, and I think everybody's covered all the points that I would have made otherwise. The only thing I have to add is that just within the last couple of days, the state Senate has begun to look at a bill, Senate Bill 59, that extends the provisional program, the CEQA and environmental compliance for cannabis licensing out until 2028. So just as we go about making decisions that are going to impact us in the long term, and I know we've been underneath these timelines again and again, and this is a new bill that may or may not pass, but the impetus is there. So I think that we really, just hearing the stories of the people who are in the process right now is killing me. So that got me a little off my target a little bit here, but we got to just remain constructive and try and get through this program, or get this program back up on its wheels, and that's all I've got today.
Thank you, Adrian.
Deidre
Browers.
Bowers.
Deidre Browers.
Hi, thanks for having the meeting today. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just had a couple of things that I agree with everyone that the people who applied last January and February, they paid their fees. Many of them have done thousands of dollars of CEQA work. Many of them have paid for their state licenses. Many of them are pre-existing. They should be allowed to get processed. And if that means that they have to submit their own ISMD and have that reviewed by the county, then so be it. But they have done everything that they've been supposed to be doing so far, and they put out thousands and thousands of dollars, and they have been following the current ordinance. And so they should be allowed to continue. My other concern that I have is a 6-month timeline on this. That gets us to June 9th, and then what? The growing season is just getting into gear, and then it puts everybody at risk of possibly losing their license at that point, or not getting a renewal, or whatever else can happen. And so those are my two main concerns, is if we could get a longer license, or longer extension on this UO. You're asking for a lot to happen in 6 months that hasn't happened in 9 months. So I'm not really sure. I'd like to see it go further, sort of like Adrian mentioned, the state discussing kicking back some of these requirements a lot of years. And we need to stop applying Band-Aids and really fix things. So those would be my two main points, to extend the period of this ordinance and to let the people who have paid for these licenses and these applications not cultivating this year, let them move forward. Thank you.
John
Brower? Or just a John, if there's a John.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. I really want to thank staff and council and especially the supervisors for bringing this up. And it is exhausting the way that our county has continually been in reaction mode to whatever bomb has gone off in the cannabis space for years now. And I really applaud Dr. Coons' long-term cannabis strategic plan, and developing that and moving forward with it and implementing it. This urgency ordinance is also a huge step in the right direction, and it's very timely. And there are a few issues with it. Deidre was right. This is a Band-Aid being applied to a sucking chest wound. And a couple of the improvements we can make real easy here is extending the duration of this extension to at least 1 year, and take the pressure off of staff and council and soups and applicants to comply with all this within 6 months. It seems unrealistic. We have a history of not accomplishing anything like that sort of time frame. And I just don't think it's feasible to get all this done in 6 months. And it could leave us in an absolutely catastrophic spot come June. I think it would behoove us to add an additional finding of fact in the beginning of this ordinance. I am supportive of approving this ordinance, but with some changes. And I think we need to add something that is a carryover from the Measure G ordinance that is passing by 70% of Trinity County voters. And that is, whereas the citizens and natural environment of Trinity County benefit greatly by transitioning our cannabis industry into the state licensing program. And I think that finding of fact can help offer guidance and continue prioritizing this important program and this transition. And it is a little sad that it's only at this point that the preparers of our CEQA document and council are just now considering a transitional program, a provisional program to fully implement the mitigation measures of what could be our next ordinance. It should have been included in the environmental document and the ordinance development that it contains. And boy, we're really putting all our eggs in one basket, hoping that they'd be able to develop this provisional transition program and implement it in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
So I really think we need to
John,
extend
can you
the time
hear
frame.
me? Your time is up. You're over time.
And the
John.
Piece 59, the state
John.
provisional program, that is also something that the county should sign on to and encourage passage of. I'd like to see a letter from our
John,
board
can you
supervisor.
acknowledge me? I don't know if you can't
Thank
hear
you.
me or you're just talking anyway, but you've been over your time for a little bit now. Can you hear me?
I'm finished now, thank you.
Okay, I believe we have another John with their hand up.
Is there an additional John waiting to be on Zoom?
Yes.
Hold on a second, we're having some audio with you. We can now. Proceed, thank you.
Okay, John Lenton, Douglas City. I think there's an elephant in the room, if I may say so, that hasn't been directly addressed and is part of the reason for the need for this extension of licenses that are currently outstanding. And that is the fact that, unfortunately, due to lack of staff and not applying enough money to the problem, the county's in the position of having an enormous number of applications for renewals and other applications backed up because the county has not completed CEQA review for the individual sites involved on those applications. And while we could talk a long time about the reason for that backlog and how, in fact, for all too long, this problem of underfunding the cannabis division has gone unaddressed. I see this extension of licenses, as unorthodox as it is, as a practical way to let the people who have licenses now continue to basically have a free pass on CEQA and have an easier time with CEQA after the EIR is certified. Now, I know that there are some people who contend that the county is perfectly entitled to issue licenses if CEQA is underway, but that is not true. The state law that refers to the ability of a licensing authority to issue licenses if CEQA is underway applies only to state agencies. And I could go into the whys and the wherefores and the patience to the statutes, but that's the situation. The county doesn't have any authority to issue provisional licenses or any other description of licenses without there first being an adequate CEQA review and processing. Saying all these people with licenses, with applications for either new licenses or renewals are stuck because the county isn't getting that job done. This gives them a free pass for 6 months. While it's unorthodox, I understand why. It seems like a pretty pragmatic step at this time for the county. One other point that I'd like to bring up, on paragraph Roman 2, paragraph B, where it says the county may not accept approval or issue any application for a new cannabis cultivation license, blah, blah, blah. That seems to be misphrased, and I think Mr. Cole perhaps could address that and clear it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a user named iPhone.
A user that name is iPhone.
Hello, this is Justin Hawkins. Can you hear me?
Yes, Justin.
Hi, thank you for having this meeting today. The state of the cannabis program is complicated at this point, and I want to urge the board to adopt the urgency ordinance, but I do want to suggest a couple changes that I think are really important, specifically Section 2, Paragraph B, the prohibition of issuance of new licenses. I'd like to see the words approve and issue struck from that section, leaving only the word accept, because I think that the people who have already applied with the county and have their money accepted need to have some sort of resolution to their licenses. Some of these folks are actually looking at about 12 months so far with no determination on where the license is. And increasingly, the rules and sort of the goalposts keep changing on these people too. And at this point, some of them I think are actually being excluded from even getting a license because of other urgency ordinances. And so what I was hoping is that with this urgency ordinance, we can also see the people with pending licenses have a chance to either, maybe within 30 days or something like that, bring their application complete or have them removed from the system. What that'll do is it'll allow staff more flexibility in understanding how many more licenses are actually available, and those people are not going to be left hanging. And it just is a matter of equity and fairness in continually changing the process and the requirements for those licensees that are applying new is not appropriate. And I think that the county would be greatly benefited from the opportunity to allow those licensees that are pending to be, made a determination whether they comply with the ordinance and the rules that were set forth when they made their application and the money was accepted. And that will go a long ways towards resolving some issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Carla Avila?
Carla?
Yes, I'm here. Are you able to hear me? This is Carla Avila. Can you understand me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, supervisors, for bringing our attention to this. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on this item. I think it's imperative that we pass this urgency ordinance. I would like to see a few
a few things. I've been trying to wrap my head around this 180-day timeline just as far as logistics are concerned. And my question is, if fees are paid, we're given this 180-day extension, but then what happens if if that expires and the urgency ordinance is for some reason not readopted after that 180 days? Then what if you are still in process but haven't received a renewed application? And this is already asking a lot, assuming that planning staff has not only created the transition plan but implemented it in this amount of time. But assuming that happens, but maybe some people are still in process for one reason or another, are not completely finalized, do those fee monies roll over, or is it a 180-day license that we're paying for full annual fee for? What is the risk there, and is there a rollover to preserve that fee money for the year? And I don't think that just because the state provides a provisional pathway for itself, it's prohibiting counties not to do so. The intent of CEQA is not to shut down the participants, especially if you were in existence before the date of the NOP. And I feel that CEQA, as a lead agency, we have to keep in mind that the purpose of it is to do what is feasible, and it's our duty as a lead agency, I believe, to balance the social and economic and all other factors with the environmental. So I urge you to keep that in mind as we go through this very complicated process. Nobody is trying to get a free pass, and I'm sorry, but there's no such thing as a free pass from CEQA. That doesn't exist, and I resent that people even think that people going through this process are trying to get a free pass from anything. We're doing everything. And if we're going to have to do things like implement Category 4 roads or whatever kinds of insane stuff we haven't certified yet, but we might very soon, in a 6-month period, in winter, and I mean, there's just so many, I could go on and on about the feasibility and the reality of what we're facing, which could be an extinction event. So if 70% of the population wants taxes, and I believe we built a jail, so maybe we can figure out how to support planning staff and really ensure that we have a pathway forward. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for taking this seriously. I really appreciate planning staff's efforts here. I really do.
Thank you.
Tom Belenko.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Tom Belenko, Douglas City. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I want to start with positivity. Whoever brought up this urgency ordinance and brought it forward, I want to say thank you for that. I think it is an attempt to address a situation that has been identified. We have staff unable to keep up with the pace of workload. I think this is appropriate. I'd like to see 2 changes at the minimum here. Number one, I think 180 days is insufficient. It's going to get us to June 9th, which is a difficult time if you're a cultivator. We're mid-season. And we're talking about renewals, so we're not talking about new ground-disturbing activity here. I think since there is a provision, the earlier of 180 days or a transitional program, why not make this a 1-year extension? Number 2, I think it's overly ambitious to try and jam into this very reasonable extension on renewals a prohibition against handling turn-in compliance with what the county said was required. Monies have been paid, and the county has just sat on those applications. Obviously, there are very large disagreements between my view of what state law requires regarding CEQA and cannabis ordinances and TAA's view. which the county has adopted. Keep in mind, the TA lawsuit initially sought to shut down the licensing program. That action was denied by the court. However, the county's position has been to do exactly that and shut down the licensing program under our current ordinance, which is itself a transitional ordinance. I understand we are where we are, but I think that requires a separate, be it another urgency ordinance or something specific to applications that have been received. If you can piece that off and take that little section out, which is section 2B, and address that separately, I'm 100% in favor of this. Again, I would like to see it go for a year instead of 6 months. I do think this is a step in the right direction. I do think giving staff some breathing room so they can get this new program underway is the right idea. So, that said, I would like to see this passed. Thank you.
Isla, I think, who messaged me on chat.
Isla, who messaged Emma on chat. She's not sure if she's saying your name correctly.
Hello?
Yes?
Hi, board. I just, it's Ilya Makarov from Whittier.
Can you repeat it again, and maybe, we're getting a lot of feedback. Give us a second, we'll give you all your time. We're gonna do something, because we can't really understand.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We're still working on it. Can you please state your name again, and let's see if we can hear you?
Okay, my name is Ilya Makarov. I'm from Whittier.
Okay. We're getting a little bit of feedback, but it's better. If you could just, maybe you might be a little close to your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that is better.
Okay, so I just wanted to say a couple of points.
Can you state your name?
I would say that the county, the planning department has very little kind of response rate to the applicants. We really don't know what's going on, and some applications been in the process for at least a year. I would like also to say that there should be some path in the pending applications, because the people paid the enormous amount of money for to be compliant. I mean, I'm not even mentioning like the state and fishing game and other stuff, like the consulting fees. So I would like to ask the board to consider putting some back for the applications who were in process for a long time. And I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you please repeat your name real quick?
My name?
Yes. And I believe we have Walter Wood.
Mr. Wood?
My name is Walter Wood, Phillipsburg Farm. I just want to add to the cultivators that are saying the 1-year extension at a minimum. What Carlson Power just said should ride on with other cultivators. I myself have been waiting for an updated license for months now, and it's just really frustrating to invest all this money, time, and effort, and then you just get no response. And if you do get any response, it's like, well, we can't really say anything because we don't really know what's going on. That's not helpful at all. That's it. I just we need something that 6 months to do who knows what by, that's not enough time. So let's make it a little bit longer, and let's definitely include these other cultivators for all the things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle, I am so sorry, I don't know how to say your last name.
Michelle?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Michelle Gargano of Capework. My consulting business is Compliant Innovative Resources. I just wanted to say that I think there are a lot of things that need to be considered. Mostly, my biggest concern, like everyone else, is for those pending applicants who have already paid and have been waiting, with county closures and lack of site visits due to the fires. These people have paid their fees and they've been waiting, and I don't think it would be fair for them to have to wait an additional 6 months. Starting in June, it's just going to be forcing people to miss yet another season, which I think is unfair. And I just think that we've experienced a lot of changes over the last 4 years, and we've been resilient with that, but to ask existing license holders right now to try to get their properties up to code within 6 months during the winter just seems a little unrealistic. So I just hope that you guys can come to a better agreement or understanding, because this seems like a lot and it seems very sudden and the timing is just very off. So thank you.
That's the last hand raised.
Is there anybody that's been waiting that doesn't know how to put their hand up on the computer? State your name and we'll recognize you. Okay, so I know staff, I saw you taking a lot of notes and I saw your heads nodding and approval and disagreement. So I think Derek, there was...
Maybe take a 5-minute break.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, we will take a 5-minute break. All those on Zoom, we will be back in 5 minutes, 11:56.
It's only so much fun.
I didn't realize, I was walking this morning, I must have got my phone wet, because I was fine until I sat down on my foot as well. Wow. I'm like,
So just do, if worst case scenario, just...
Bottom plug.
Bottom one? Okay.
And that'll shut everything down and streaming will stop.
Okay.
But hopefully they'll be done before then. But it's still another hour or so. As long as we don't break for lunch or something. That's the problem I have. If they break, then I don't know how to get somebody to turn it back on.
Right.
So they need to not break.
Yes, ideally. Or I guess we just leave it up and blank and nothing.
Yeah, because you can turn the camera back on. I can always put it up later, so. See what happens if they break, we'll know about it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the cameras.
What's going on with that computer?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not very responsive.
So there's 6 hours left on that camera, so if they go to something, you can
Just leave it running and it would be fine. Okay.
because both cameras are recording.
Right.
As well as.
We just wouldn't switch between if they went back to the podium, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's.
It's not the end of the world.
You know, if they did a lot of that, I could put it on my outlook.
I was gonna say, yeah, if you
A couple of later seconds.
right.
Yeah, but as long as it's clear, that's the main.
That's the main, yeah.
You're not having fun doing this, huh?
Oh, this is so much fun. I think once I had a root canal that was more fun than this. I think about the 14 computers I'm trying to get ready for behavior health. Yeah, here I am. Oh, the cameras have mics as well.
Sure.
Which I haven't gotten yet.
There's a.
I wasn't going to say that. Yes, you did.
Wait it out for the rest of the year. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring this back into open session. We just concluded our public comment time, and we are going to have staff and Derek Cole. Derek, I did email you this morning. There was one letter that I forwarded to you. If you could address those questions as well, I'd appreciate it. And I'm just going to turn it over to how staff wants to proceed.
Can we have more questions?
They were going to answer the public questions. That's why I asked them to take notes.
Oh, okay.
And then
I got my own from the public, so either way.
Well, if you want to you want to let them answer the questions, and then we can ask them more questions.
Sure, yeah. That's
Okay.
Good afternoon. Derek, were you gonna speak, or did you want me to?
Margie, I wrote down a number of questions, and I thought it'd be helpful if I go through what I can go through, and then you can speak, or we can do it the opposite. But I have a number of responses, and I did take the notes as best I could. So I'm happy to do that, and then you can fill in any details, or if that works.
Yep.
Okay. So just as an introductory comment before I get into some of the questions, just CEQA first principles. The fundamental purpose of the CEQA is to identify the impacts of an action before the action is taken, and to mitigate all of the environmental impacts of that action to what we call the point below significance. And so in some ways, what we're doing here inherently is putting the cart before the horse. Cannabis is the only project where in my nearly 20 plus year as a CEQA lawyer, where I have seen projects be allowed to go forward before the CEQA review has been done. Now, obviously there was a significant cannabis market at the time that Proposition 64 was enacted in 2016, and I think when it comes to the state program, the legislature has recognized that with cannabis, we're dealing in many cases with sites that have already been cultivation or other cannabis sites for many years. And so, but I just want to make that comment. With CEQA, you don't do anything at all until you have fully studied the impacts, you have fully mitigated those impacts, and then, and only then, can you proceed. And that's the basic principle of CEQA as applies to every other land use, whether it's development, commercial, retail, mining, agriculture, timber, or anything else. And so I just want to put that out there because that will kind of shade or color some of the comments that I will make in response to the questions. But I do want to start with Honor Wright, who did talk about, and I think I don't want to single out one person. I think this was a pretty standard question, in some cases a comment, about what do we do with the existing licensees. My response to that is first of all, ultimately this is a policy question for the board. So in the current draft, as a number of speakers have recognized, we have section 2B that says that the board cannot approve or issue any application, and we have been told, and staff has verified, that there are several applications that were filed well before March of this year. So the question is, what do you do with those? And that goes to the point that I raised earlier, and this is a policy call for the board, which is we have issued a notice of preparation of the EIR. We issued, going back into early 2019, we gave notice that we would be preparing an environmental impact report, and yet we're going to be approving several licenses after we've started that process. And from a CEQA standpoint, that's problematic in that we're taking actions, we're permitting new licensing sites, new cultivation sites at the time that we're studying a program and learning how to develop an effective program that will mitigate the sites, existing and new, that are to come into the program. And so all I can tell the board is that if we are going to continue processing applications and approving applications beyond those that existed when we gave notice of our intention to proceed with an EIR, there's some vulnerabilities there, because we're essentially, again, putting the cart before the horse. We're allowing all kinds of new applications while we are in the process of studying the very program that is allowing for those applications so that we can improve that program. But yet we're going to be approving the licenses before we even do that. And I'm telling the board that's not how CEQA is supposed to work. But I do understand that that cannabis as a use is a little different, and at least with the state program, the state has created this provisional licensing program for the state side of cannabis, and so all of this is to say is we're in kind of a netherworld here. And in some ways, you know, the principle of CEQA is don't do anything until you fully studied it and mitigated it. And yet we have a program that we're trying to keep running and running effectively. So those are some long-winded comments, but at the end of the day, it's a policy call for the board as to what to do to those applications that were received. The one thing I will say is that, apparently there are been negative declarations for these, and so there was site-specific CEQA review, but that's, at the end of the day, that is a policy call. I do want to clarify that there is no exemption presently in state law for site-specific local decisions. And so the operative section is found in the Business and Professions Code, and that is where the state laws concerning cannabis licenses and cannabis program are contained. And the section is 26055, subparagraph, or what we call formally in California, subdivision H. And that is the language that we have incorporated into our various urgency ordinances. And what it says is that the urgency ordinances Board of Supervisors' actions in enacting these urgency ordinances, that action, the vote by the board to create that program, was exempt. But there was a very, very important condition added on to that in that statute, and it says as long as each decision to approve a license or permit is discretionary. That was what the legislature said. And so in enacting the current urgency ordinances that we have, we necessarily had to provide for site-specific discretionary review each time we issue a license. And so every time the county issues a license, that is a secret project, we must do some form of secret review. There is no exemption for that. And that there was a reference to that in some of the comments, and I just want to be very clear. We must do CEQA every time we issue a license. And that is written right into state law. There is no exemption. And so we cannot just simply exempt what we're doing now. We have to continue down the path that we're on. There is, again, reference to matching the state process. So there's reference to provisional licenses that the state issues, and I do want to make clear, John Lenton spoke, and I agree with him in so far as if you read the state law, the provisional license language says that the state licensing authorities, that is a quoted term, state licensing authorities may issue provisional licenses. What state law does not say is that local agencies may issue state licenses. The term state licensing authority is specifically defined to include CDFA and the other state agencies. And so the legislation that some folks referenced in the provisional licensing program that the state has that they referenced, on its face, as drafted, does not apply to local government. The legislature has not expressly come out and said, cities and counties, you may have a provisional program. So when we have a provisional program, we're dealing with a situation where we don't have express, and when I mean express, I mean actually written out authorization in state law for that program. And so we are relying on some type of implied authorization, and I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty. All I'm going to say is that that is a very legally thorny area, and it's an area that we need to move away from. The provisional license program that we have had is something that needs to have an ending. And that needs to be ended as part of this transitional program, and we need to get away from the potential that that program could be found not to have authority under state law. So part of the transitional program, I just want to be very clear, is to bring everyone up to the standard and to put the issue of provisional licenses behind us and to move forward with a fully reviewed, fully CEQA compliant program. One issue that was raised, speaker, I think Mr. Scott Watkins raised issues about litigation. You know, I think everyone understands that CEQA is fraught with litigation. You know, there rarely are major CEQA projects like this that don't get litigated. I think we all understand that folks have a right to go to court and to raise their issues in court. Staff believes that what we are doing is appropriate, both in terms of CEQA, both in terms of state law. And one question that was raised, though, by Mr. Watkins, which I think is a good question, is what happens if someone files a CEQA lawsuit, and let's say the board does approve the new ordinance and does certify the EIR, what happens if someone files a lawsuit? And how does that affect this urgency ordinance? I think that's an excellent question. What I can say is that once someone files a lawsuit, that doesn't automatically stop the program or the project that is approved from going forward. That party must file what's called a preliminary injunction. They must actually go to court and ask the judge to issue a temporary order that stops the county from implementing the new ordinance or the new EIR requirements. And unless they do that, the county can issue licenses under that program. So the moment that action is taken, the moment that ordinance becomes effective, the county would have a right to start issuing licenses under that new program and implementing that ordinance. The only way that could be stopped is if someone files a CEQA lawsuit, which they would have to do within about a month of the effective date of the approval because of the very short statute of limitations, and then they would have to go to court and convince the judge to stop the county from issuing any licenses while that lawsuit goes forward. So they have to seek a preliminary injunction. So obviously, you know, the intention would be we would put the transition program into place while we're working on implementing the requirements of the new EIR. But if a court were to issue an injunction, we would obviously have to comply with that injunction, and that's something that we would have to assess and respond to then. You know, we don't want to assume that there will be an injunction. We believe we are moving forward in a proper and legal way. But if someone does go to court and file a lawsuit and an injunction is issued, then we would obviously have to follow the court process. And then, of course, the court would have to weigh what we call weigh the equities. The court would have to consider all of the impacts on all of the parties, those who are licensees, those who are challenging the ordinance, as well as the county. And so, you know, I can't give 100% or even 50% clarity on what would happen. All I can say is that there would be a process, and that we would be able to assess what the court's ruling would be if that were to happen and how to implement that. But again, I do think that was a very good question, and I'm sorry for the long-winded response. And I'm covering a number of the issues, just kind of going through the list of what I saw were questions. There were several comments about what the board should and shouldn't do, and I obviously want to emphasize that, you know, ultimately this is an ordinance of the board, and, you know, staff and council are here to implement the board's direction. One issue was raised by a speaker who felt that by doing this before the EIR is adopted and the new ordinance is adopted, we may be jeopardizing our position or subjecting ourselves to legal liability. I think the opposite is true. I think by addressing the delays, but also in creating a prohibition on at least the acceptance of new applications, we're actually trying to do our best to preserve the status quo. And then the board will have to make a decision when the ordinance is presented to the board. And ultimately, if the board says we're not adopting this ordinance, we're not certifying this EIR, then, you know, we would have, the board could then direct the urgency ordinance be rescinded. But then we'd obviously have to deal with a situation where we have a program that has no programmatic environmental document associated with it, and essentially every site approval, even for the existing sites as well as the new ones, has to have its own SEQA review. And so, you know, but I guess the point is that if that were ultimately the board's decision, the board could rescind the action it's taking today, and then we just kind of have this wide open, everybody apply and do your own SEQA review, and when you're done with the review, then we'll review it and take appropriate action. So nothing we're doing today, in my opinion, jeopardizes our position in any lawsuit that might be filed to challenge the sufficiency of the EIR. And in fact, I think what we're doing is trying to preserve the status quo and keep the program in a place where we can actually implement the terms and conditions of the EIR if it's adopted. And that's kind of goes back to my comment at the very beginning about approving new applications that were not in the system before you started reviewing, you started working on the EIR. You know, that goes back to that question, which is the more we do of that, that actually is something that might be considered in any type of lawsuit or challenge. So that to me, that's the more risky behavior, which is approving any licenses, any new licenses, even if they were submitted before March 20th or March 2020 or March of this year. So, you know, and again, but that's ultimately a judgment call for the board. Just looking again, I'm looking at my notes. As far as there were another set of issues, and this may be better for our staff to handle, which is what happens if our license comes up for renewal. I think there was a reference to licenses that would come up for renewal in April, and so ultimately we're extending the terms of licenses until at this stage it's a 6-month or 180 days, roughly June 8th or June 9th. And then the idea is that we would be, in the transition plan, we would be the idea is that we would adopt a further action by the board that actually lays out the transition plan. And the idea in the transition plan is to say, here's when you will have all of your licenses submitted and here's how, the time frame for you to meet the requirements of the new ordinance. And so I guess my response to that, at least as this urgency ordinance is drafted, is that we are punting that issue because we feel like that issue needs to be part of the transition plan. And so we would be extending all licenses until, early to mid-June, and then somewhere in between there, we would come up with a successor to this urgency ordinance, which is the transition plan itself, and there we would direct all applicants as to when and how to submit and what the standards are going to be and how the transition will actually go forward. At least that's how this urgency ordinance is drafted. If the board wants a different approach, ultimately that's the board's prerogative. Comments were made about is 180 days enough? That again is a board question, that's a policy question. My concern is the longer we continue this, the farther we go without truly implementing all of the standards and conditions and mitigation measures that are studied by the EIR. I think we need to stop and take stock of where we are, which is that we are in the 4th or 5th year of a formal commercial cannabis program, and as a practical matter, we've permitted hundreds of sites with basically no environmental review or very little environmental review. And I note that while a categorical exemption is considered a type of environmental review, the exemption is basically just saying we don't deem this activity to rise to a level of significance. But as a practical matter, we have adopted hundreds or permitted or licensed hundreds of sites, and yet today we've done virtually no environmental review, and we've basically been studying what we're going to do now for the past 2 years, and at some point, that we can't keep doing that. And again, it goes back to my comment at the very beginning, which is that the idea of CEQA is that you do all of this before you ever even take the action. And you study and you implement all of the mitigation measures before the action even 1 ounce of ground is disturbed. And I realize with cannabis it's not the same as a residential subdivision where you don't even start building until you've done all of that. But that's how CEQA works, and we can't keep pushing that down the road. We can't say, well, we'll do that next year, or we'll do that 2022, or this legislation, even if this legislation does that for the state for 2028, I would absolutely not advise kicking the can down the road like that. We just can't do that. At some point, somebody may call us on that, and that will become very hard to defend. And that's basically what I would say on that. I think that again, there were numerous comments, and I respect every comment that was made by every member of the public, every cultivator or every person. I can't, my place is not to respond to those issues. There are serious economic issues. People have invested considerable time, considerable money, and I think staff and I, in developing that, we're very cognizant of that. We are very cognizant of the fact that this program, we need to keep the program together, and we need to keep people in the program and make the program work. At the same time, we have to carry out the CEQA mandate, which is that we have to take actions that consider all environmental impacts and implement all feasible mitigation measures to reduce those environmental impacts to a point below the level of significance. And so we're working very hard to try to accomplish both objectives. Is what you see before you perfect? Maybe the board will disagree, and again, you have the right to make some changes, but we're trying to thread the needle here. We're trying to keep the program viable and keep people in the program and make the program work for everybody, because of the enormous investments they have made in coming into the program, and at the same time, we're trying to carry out the mandates of CEQA, which I've spelled out. So that's really all I have. I can answer any more questions. I think maybe if staff has some detailed questions. One question that has been raised is what about, will the state accept these if we're extending these licenses, will the state accept that? I have not talked to the state. The state basically relies on local governments to tell them who is in and who is out in the local program, so I don't know that the state would give us any problems with that, but maybe that's an issue I could turn over to staff, as well as any other comments that they want to make or answers that they have questions I didn't respond to.
I have a quick question, Supervisor Chadwick. One of the questions that came up repeatedly had to do with the timeline, and specifically in the General Code 23151, does that urgency ordinance, if I remember what you said earlier in your comment to Supervisor Brown, it has the limitation built into that code. Am I hearing you correct?
So again, the government code section is the general county ordinance section that does not have that same schedule requirement of what's in the planning and zoning law. We sometimes call that as the moratorium section in planning and zoning law. Where we're at is in the general county section, and there is no timeline. So the board does have the authority to say 6 months is not enough, we want to take more time. That's a policy call that I think the board could justify. The only caveat that I put in is that the longer we put these things off, the longer we implement the new EIR, assuming it's adopted, the longer we take to implement the objectives of CEQA, which are to create an environmentally minded program. And CEQA is not something we need to achieve CEQA compliance. So that's my only caveat to the board. If you want to go beyond those 6 months, please be careful in doing that, and please really think out, if it's 9 months, if it's a year, we need to have bookends, and maybe a solution is, I think Mr. Blanco suggested maybe it's 6 months or the later, maybe instead of the newer, it's the later of 6 months, or when the board adopts, or maybe a year, or the earlier of. I mean, I just, my only request is that the board be cautious about that, but that's your call.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure, because I misheard you, I guess, earlier. I thought the 6 month was a timetable that was built into that general, so it's not.
No, that was our staff and I
appreciate
felt that was what we should propose. So the board has leeway to adjust that number.
Okay, I'm glad for that clarification, because it came up often with the public. I'll turn it back over to you, Marty.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Derek, for covering a majority of the questions or comments that were heard during public comment. There were a few that I want to touch on as it relates to the staff's administrative work in the program. Specifically, there was a question about licenses expiring that are currently valid while this urgency ordinance is in effect. Maybe not exactly in those terms, but that's how I'm going to address it. There is language within the urgency ordinance that includes the valid licenses due to expire within the time frame of the urgency ordinance, and that those will be extended, just like the others that we are talking about. As far as renewals, those folks will have to submit a renewal application and pay the renewal fees. And I wanted to just briefly touch on the fees because everybody's renewal date varies. and when they pay their fees for renewals. We will be looking at that in terms of development of the transition plan. What we don't want to do is force people to pay more fees than are required. We want it to be equitable and recognize that the delays in the processing of renewals are an issue with staffing on our part. Some concerns over delays being related to COVID-19. We've just had a lot of challenges, and another comment or a few comments or questions I wanted to address, and I'm maybe going to have an answer for this, but I wanted to sort of speak to it. Folks that are working on their own CEQA for their project and submitting either biological or archaeological reports, components of a environmental review. The reason we're here today is because we don't have the capacity to move renewals and new licenses through the program effectively. We are tasked with preparing a transition plan and program as the final EIR and amended program ordinance may be moving forward in a few weeks. In order for us to effectively and timely develop that transition plan, we need to have some time to do that. If we need to be looking at the environmental documents for new applications that folks have prepared as part of their application, that's going to delay that process. And while I'm not saying that that can't continue, I just caution that it may cause sort of a delay in everything, a further delay in everything. And in addition, as we're moving toward potentially adopting this amended program ordinance, all licensees will have to comply with that new ordinance. So it might not be in the best interest of these folks to be conducting an analysis on an ordinance that is likely to change and they're going to have to come into compliance with. And so the transition plan is really going to help inform the process on how we move from the current ordinance to an amended ordinance. And some folks raised some concerns about the 6-month timeline. I want to clarify that we are not expecting folks to come into full compliance with a new amended program ordinance within that time frame. The purpose of the transition plan is to develop that timeline and requirements for the transition itself. So we don't know exactly what that is at this time, but it will be a longer time frame, and it'll be clearly spelled out for which mitigations folks are going to have to comply with and the time frames for that. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else is going to talk, but I think we probably have questions. So, David, were you going to talk again? Oh,
no, I'm happy to wait for questions,
okay.
Specific questions.
Okay. So, did you want to start us off? Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Derek and Margie and David and Kim again. A couple questions. So I heard way early in the presentation that we do need to include some language regarding the type 3 licensing. They're going to move forward because they have their own path, if I heard you correctly. And also, if I heard correctly, those that are perhaps buying another property already with a license, that's a transfer, slightly different than what other folks might think of a transfer, they can still move forward if it already was licensed. Am I not clear on that?
Just to clarify, there's a transfer of ownership of an existing
license on an existing property.
Right.
Those will move forward. Transferring of a license to a brand new property is different. It falls more in line with a new application.
Okay, and I don't know if we have to put that in this urgency ordinance as well, just for clarification.
Well, the extension of licenses will be based on the location where they existed.
Okay, you're right. And then in terms of fees, we've had a variety of folks going down one path because we've published it on our website, and I thought that was the way to go, and they've submitted an initial fee payment. Will that just roll over into this renewal? And will they have to pay the balance when they pick it up?
I'm not sure I can answer that too specifically, just because of the complexity of where people are at in their fee payments, in the renewal process. But we are considering those fees that have been paid and the delays in the path forward. We're developing a frequently asked questions document ready to roll out probably in the next couple of days if this urgency ordinance is put forward, and will specifically address fees in that as well.
Okay. And then, let's see, I do agree with a lot of the speakers today in terms of at least some extension. If this ends up in June, I mean, there's a lot of work on everybody's plate, and construction in general is nonstop. We have 250 homes that need to get rebuilt in the South County. This is all part of the calculus of people trying to get things done. Not to mention those license holders that were in the fire footprint. They're, of course, many of them are going to be renewals, and hopefully they'll be able to get back on track as quickly as possible. But for those needing to do construction, whether it's a home or just comply with our ordinance, it is nonstop, and that's if we don't have rain. I don't think we're going to have rain, but we're heading into winter. You heard comments today, if they need to do whatever we adopt in terms of mitigation, we're heading into winter, which cause more delays on certain property owners depending on their situation. So I do have big concern about that. And maybe this is a question for Derek or Margie, whoever wants to jump in. If we don't approve this, then we still remain in this holding pattern for everybody, renewals and otherwise. So I just want to make sure, if I'm not,
I can speak to that. We currently have, I'll just give you a couple numbers to help put things into context. We have 213 valid cultivation licenses right now. We have 287 pending licenses. That includes 69 new applications, 185 renewal applications, and 33 transfer applications. Those 213 valid licenses would be at risk for not being renewed because of our CEQA compliance component that Mr. Cole spoke to, and ensuring that we've had our program and our projects going through that process as we continue to issue discretionary permits. So the risk in not adopting this ordinance is that a lot of our licensees could lose their state license because they're not, they don't have a current county license, which sort of encourages them to go to the black market. And that's what we're trying to really avoid. We want to encourage folks to be in the program and be compliant and be successful. And it's just, we are challenged due to our staffing capacity to really do that in a sustainable way.
Thank you. And then one last question. For those folks who want to start working on their own secret for their own renewal process, I guess it depends on their property situation, but what do you suggest, or is that premature in terms of what path they should take?
Yeah, I think I mentioned a little bit earlier about that, and you know, folks are always welcome to do their own environmental studies. It's just we're trying to let folks know that with the potential certification of the final environmental impact report and the adoption of this amended program ordinance, the requirements in the program and for CEQA will be changing. And so if the licensees and applicants are following the mitigation measures outlined in the amended program ordinance, they're not most likely not going to have to do their own individual CEQA analysis. And that's really the purpose of this EIR, is to help that program. We're just in this transition period right now where it's difficult for us to continue to operate the current program while we shift to a potential new program. Does that help?
Yep. Thank you very much.
Supervisors, Chair Chadwick, I just wanted to jump in and add on to that real quick about the CEQA process. One thing that's come up, or appears to come up, excuse me, get rid of my mask here, is that I don't know if it's a misunderstanding or simplification of the CEQA process, but just dropping off a draft initial study mitigated neg deck to the office does not mean CEQA is complete. That's just the beginning. Staff has to review it. We have a consultant that reviews CEQAs and works on CEQAs for us. Currently, their priorities are the type 3 CUPs that are in the queue and some other planning projects, various projects, but there's certain capacity there for staff and the consultant. Then, should that review occur, we get to that initial study and mitigated neg deck, should we go forward with that process, then it still has to go to the Planning Commission. It still has to be reviewed, it has to go to public comments, you know, possibly state clearinghouse because they're state permitting authorities. There's still the process there. So until you have a determination for CEQA, you're not done with CEQA. And so with the timeline, as Marty's reviewed, you know, if we have the EIR certified, that those might be in place before the initial study mitigated neg deck is even adopted and finalized. Also, we come down to the capacity issue. Where's the focus? Where's the energy going? So,
Thank you for that clarification. I'm sorry, yes, it was. Supervisor Jones?
No questions of staff at this time.
Supervisor Brown, any questions for staff or Derek at this time?
I guess I just have a couple questions for Derek, and I know he already essentially discussed it, but just to get one more opportunity with 180 days. That time frame can be extended for a longer period of time, or can be changed to reflect a 1-year period from this current date.
That's within your prerogative as a board, yes, Supervisor Brown. You can do that, subject obviously to the concerns I raised earlier.
Okay, thank you. And I've had an addition to make to the actual wording in section 2A4, after the word extensions. Would you approve of adding of the local authorization?
Instead of licenses?
I don't think it was there. There's no instead of. Let me see here.
So for receiving the extension of their local authorizations, I see what you're trying to do. I mean, I think you want to, maybe the way to do that is to say, for receiving the extensions of their licenses, comma, well, it says extensions of licenses, comma, and their local authorizations, comma, as provided under this ordinance. How about these?
Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding it, Jeremy. Could you repeat? Because I'm trying to find where you said section 2.
This will be on page 5 of the ordinance, and then on number 4 from the top of the page down, go to number 4, and on the second half of the middle sentence, you'll find the word extensions.
Okay, I see. Are you there? Everybody's there? Okay. Thank you. So can you repeat what, Derek, could you repeat what you believe it should be?
So I think I see what Supervisor Brown is suggesting is that we want, the term in the statute for the state is local authorization. That's how they look at it, because every local government, they have something called a permit, something called licenses. And so maybe what we could say, if we want to use the terminology of the state, is that we could, it talks about reasonable and prudent to advise California state licensing authorities of the extensions of their local authorizations through licenses as provided under this urgency ordinance. Through their licenses. So that way we can add the term local authorization in there to use the state's terminology.
Is that what you were going for, Supervisor Brown?
Yeah, it sounds like Derek understands exactly the point being made, and that would complete my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finley.
I have no questions.
No questions.
Madam Chair, I do have a follow-up.
Yes, please.
So, since these, I guess I'm not sure how I'm asking this, so they all lean forward.
Try.
So the 6-month authorization of this really impacts your department to come up with this ordinance or the transition plan, which in that point, not until the transition plan comes in, do applicants have something to do or follow. So my question, instead of just making this a year for you to come up with this transition plan, is a 6-month time period for you to have this transition plan ready, available, and start implementing it. Is 6 months a doable timeline?
I would say that's reasonable for us to develop a transition plan. With the caveat that I don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months regarding any other laws being passed, issues with COVID, things like that. But that's a reasonable time frame in my mind for us to come up with a transition plan for the board to consider.
So, say a 3-month timeline, some weird, the asteroid has struck Trinity County to top off 2020. You could come and ask this board for an extension of time period on that, correct?
Yes.
Instead of just doing it here. Thank you. Did you have something to add? David?
Oh, thank you. Margie stated it correctly, but I do want to highlight that the transition plan itself, and it's in my estimation or my expectation, is something that needs to take into all of these factors into account. So the transition plan itself will recognize not only the licensing type or the renewal time frame, the point in the season in which it actually gets adopted. It can be a type of flexible document that understands what it is. and deals with any staffing issues, deals with, again, any time frame. Also, to reiterate the idea of some of the comments that were made, public comments, it can take into account the idea that no, you don't have, it doesn't require you to, hey, say, construct something in the winter, in the wet season. It doesn't require you to do something immediately. It is just simply meant to be, how can the mitigations be applied to individual sites? So it's a broad scope, and I get that, and it's not defined at the moment, because we're working on it at the moment, but it is not meant to be something that requires the impossible of any individual applicant. I just wanted to highlight that. At least that is the spirit by which it's being approached. And so as we develop it, we will take asteroids into consideration.
All right, thank you.
I have a question, and maybe this is David or Margie, but in addition to developing this transition plan, I assume there is some time required of you to issue these renewal license. Is that right?
Yes.
So that is another issue that is on your plate, I'm assuming, unless you tell me wrong.
By renewal license, what do you mean specifically? Are you talking about the extensions?
Right.
I've developed a prioritization for how that will be rolled out, and it's based on the time that the renewal application was submitted to the county.
Okay.
I have all of that prepared and ready to present to the public if there's an adoption of the urgency ordinance. That'll be communicated within the next couple of days, so folks know sort of where their extension would be in the queue.
All right, and Madam Chair, I have one other quick question, since I have Margie there. Is there any, I know we heard a little bit about it today, any, a second level of priority in terms of not just renewals, but at least getting them into the queue, those we've heard that are in transition? Not those who are brand new applications, but those who felt that they were close to moving forward. Is there another, tier, if you will, level to get some of those in that gray area to move forward?
So you're talking about new licenses?
Not maybe brand new, but they've gone through what they thought we required of them. They just didn't hand in paperwork or a half completed application, but they felt, is there any analysis on that audience to get them moving forward down the road?
I recognize that we've had some pretty general requirements that, as far as like project descriptions and folks doing a checklist for potential exemptions, but the analysis part of the projects themselves are time consuming. So it's not just those folks having submitted information, it's staff's ability to review and process that. And so I'm not seeing a way for us to do that at this time.
Yeah, okay, and I assume you'll look at that, where that will flow into your workload as developing this transition plan and all of that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I don't know how to process what I want to ask, so I want to start with saying, I know you guys did a lot of work, and I know that you're stepping up to a plate to have to deal with cleaning up a mess before you can fix what's wrong. I get all that. So please don't take anything I have to say as a negative to you at all. I have heartburn over the fact that we are going to be excluding, quote, new applicants from the urgency ordinance that are cultivators, farmers that paid their fees almost a year ago, and in some cases even longer. They were excluded from doing their work last year because they didn't get a license unless they went on the black market. I hope not. And so I can hear in the cannabis conversation how important it is for those that played by the rules and put their applications in and paid their fees, who, for whatever reason, are just stuck. And I guess I need more clarity on understanding. And I get the CEQA aspect of it. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Cole. But we are right now creating an urgency ordinance with rules that retrofit people who played by the rules last fall or spring. And I'm just trying to weigh that out. Please don't take it as anything that I'm upset with you at all. I'm trying to work this out through my brain. Please help me.
That's completely reasonable. And I'm gonna sort of go back to what Mr. Cole said earlier as far as the county issuing these provisional licenses over and over without having done a CEQA review. And you mentioned that. And I guess recognizing the legal vulnerability in doing that to not only the county but the program itself is sort of why there's been a halt on issuing those new licenses without doing the site-specific CEQA. Does that make sense? And the recognition of that, I guess, has happened.
It makes sense for making this ordinance. It doesn't make sense for taking applications and having them pay fees and thinking that they were moving forward. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand that part. And I also understand when we first started the program in 2016, the CEQA element of the overall was out there, way out there. I mean, I don't know any county that has a CEQA element in place, and yet the counties that regulated cannabis cultivation moved the ball forward and were granting licenses. I absolutely know SB 94 has one timetable, SB 97 has another one, and there's all these different roads and we're trying to merge them all together. I get all that, but I just feel like that we have had people in the program trying to do what they were asked, and now we're just telling them they have to be put on hold, and it sounds like they're going to have to pay their full fees when they come back. And I'm just trying to, like I said, I'm not here upset. I know my voice sounds upset. I'm just really concerned that the people that have bled, sweat, teared, financially borne the brunt, our legal people are getting the short end of the stick. And I'm just getting some heartburn with that. And I would like to know, is there a pathway forward that we could, and I know it's more work, but it sounds like we could get an extension of time, go through these applicants, and if they have moved forward in whatever their deficit is, to keep them in that loop. Is there a way possible to keep those people in the loop?
Certainly we can do anything that you'd like, and I agree with you that what's been happening is not fair to them at all. If you would like to exclude the language regarding processing of new applications that have been submitted to the county, that could potentially hinder our timeline to develop a transition plan and move the program forward as a whole. I mean, ultimately the goal is to move the entire program under this environmental impact report and the amended program ordinance, and so that we have efficient processes, we have environmental review that's been happening, mitigation measures being implemented, it's certainly an option that you can exercise. I just am a bit concerned, you know, with Dr. Kuhn's presentation last week and, you know, given the information that we've provided you today as well regarding our capacity, that could create some barriers, an asteroid, I guess, to our path to a transition plan. It's possible, but you know, that would be a challenge for us. And I'm just going to be honest about that.
I understand, and I want you to be honest about it, so I appreciate it.
Madam Chair, I would like to point out that the ordinance says prohibition on issuance of new cannabis license county may not accept. So we aren't, if all of a sudden they got...
Tell me where you are.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're on, shoot, don't do that. Page 5, B, and it's right under 5.
Okay, so when I'm reading that, Keith, what I'm seeing is we're not going to take any new ones. I get that. We're not going to accept any new ones. I'm saying new as they applied already.
Let me finish my point. The term may is not an absolute. The term may means that if all of a sudden they got staffed up to 10 times the amount of people, they can accept. It doesn't say shall not accept, it says may not accept. So it becomes more of a capacity issue for staff to look at that time. So just, okay, so I think that's an important point.
And I appreciate that very much, but when I'm seeing the county may not accept, they've already accepted. They're already in the queue. And as we heard from specific farmers today on the phone or Zoom, that some of these have gone through, it sounds like the Planning Commission, they were notified, they paid their fees, and really they were just waiting for a green light. They're new in the sense that they have never been licensed before. When I'm reading this, and you can clarify me if I'm wrong, when I see not accept, we've already taken their money, we've already accepted their, am I looking at it too specific? Or when you say not accept, I'm thinking you're not going to get anything new over the counter.
Correct.
Okay.
No new applications are being accepted, and that came from Director Hunter in March
I totally
of this year.
agree with that. I think we can't accept. That's not the new I'm talking about.
Okay.
The new I'm talking about is the people that are in the program, not licensed, who have paid their fees, and we heard testimony that I can't remember who it was. I could go back and look. Who it's gone through all the steps. It's just needed a signature. It's new. They haven't done it before, but they've paid they've done everything that was requested under our old ordinance, and they've just been kind of out there hanging. There's those new as well. I don't know if you want to call them pre-news. I don't know how to distinguish them, and I apologize. That's who I'm talking about.
Sure.
I understand not taking any new applications over the counter.
So the folks that have submitted an application, paid the fees, and I think I mentioned we have 69 of those folks in the queue. And part, I think, we've spoken to this a few times today, is the interpretation of what CEQA is. It's been misunderstood or not clearly provided to folks. So they have done what we have asked. Our ability to process that information and move these projects forward has just not been there. And so, you know, some folks may have done more than others to get there, but essentially we have not done evaluations of these specific projects and the information that people have submitted for the majority of 2020. And so
But they still have to get their water board exemption, and if they have streams, they have to have Fish and Wildlife. So it's not like they're out there just running amok.
Right.
They're actually complying with what the state says they have to do. So I just want to make sure we have this accurate picture, because I think it's very important for the farmers to feel like they're in our program. Again, I go back, these are our licensed or potentially licensed people. They're the ones that are not engaging in the black market, and it seems like they're being penalized, not because of you. Again, I go back to that. I'm not picking on anybody here. I'm just trying to recognize the fact. I would prefer extending your timetable out and allowing for those pre-new ones that are already paid and in limbo land to be a part of this block going forward. And I think the transfers that you talked about, we had a gentleman on the line also saying that his transfer. So my understanding of the transfers that are on the books that are just the people, not the farm, is going forward. But I think of it as Brian Gossman. I have to go back and look at my notes. He has a situation where he's transferring a license to, or his license to a pre-existing farm. Does that ring a bell?
I'm not familiar with that individual project, but an existing farm versus a licensed farm is
okay,
different.
So, yeah, I believe it's a licensed farm, and he's transferring that was the one we were having a lot of difficulty with. He was transferring it, and I don't know the details. Those type of situations, because I know there's more, I don't know their names. He called in today, that's the only reason I know it. I think that there should be a caveat, though, that those would be specific eyes on and not just a broad clean sweep, right? And same with the new pre-new applications. Maybe some of them don't deserve a license. I'm not saying they all do, but the ones that do, that were under those rules, I think should be qualified under those rules. And I'm asking you if you think that's doable with an extended period of time.
We are where we are because of our capacity to process these applications timely. We are in this delay. We have 200, like I mentioned, 287 of these in the queue, and an extension of time isn't really going to help us, in my opinion, because the situation we're in right now is people are continuing to fall out of the program because we cannot keep up. And so by extending time, that's not going to change the situation that we're in today. I mean, we could work on those things, but our focus, our priority, in my opinion, should be on transitioning to the new program if that moves forward, so that everyone is in compliance with that. It's difficult because we're in such this gray area, and there's inequities in this program, and I'm not going to pretend like there's not. It's not fair. We've accepted money, we've accepted applications, we've asked for people to provide information, and they've committed time, energy, and resources to getting a license, and we just have failed to do that. And that's one of the reasons that this is before you today, is to try to help some of those folks move forward, recognizing that we can't do it all. That's my thoughts on that.
bring it back to the board.
So I think, and I understand what you're saying, Bobby, these people, as has been pointed out, haven't got a square deal in this, but we also have the issue of 200 and whatever the number is that we need to get in this program. And I think, I would hope that you think that that's the highest priority, is to get those in. This other group, I would gladly say that's the second priority, is to get those in, the ones that are in. With limited resources, we can only do what we can do, and what one of our large mistakes is we've tried to do everything for a year now, and everything's failed. So I think it's more important to do less things well, so we can move forward, and in the long term, that's going to be the best.
Yeah, we've been on pause for a year. I don't think we've been moving forward for a year, and a lot of that, there's all kinds of reasons for that. And now, and I'm glad you brought that up, because that has been, you know, one of the things that I've heard is we've done nothing for a year, and then now all of a sudden we're doing stuff. No, not all of a sudden. The EIR draft went out, I believe, in December of 2018. We find ourselves in the position we are because a lot of these things took longer than anticipated. Nobody expected COVID. Nobody expected the fire. We've had a huge turnover. All those are legitimate reasons. I get that. But we still had an ordinance that people came in under and believed that to their best of abilities they were signing up for, and now they are in this limbo land that prevents them from finishing the process they started under one set of rules. And that's, I guess, that's what it comes down to. And you took their money. So I don't know how much, and I don't know all these different phases, I don't know.
Well, I hope we're fair and equitable with their money in the future, and that they get credits or whatever for that. I don't see any problem with that. But I think it is a little disingenuous that we kept shoving off the CEQA issue and shoving it off and shoving it off. And so when we say that everything was done what we asked, things weren't done up to state law and state rules. And again, that's a lot of different people's issues. But a lot of these, when we started issuing, well, I don't want to get in this blame game. There still has to be a lot of things hoops to jump through that they may or may not have known about, but they still have to happen for this to move forward. And I think the important factor, and I understand the heartbreak. I mean, it's not fair. But you know, at this point, we have to move forward and get these 200 and whatever it is in, 50 or 80 or whatever the number is, in, and then so we can move on. And from this board's perspective, what we need to do to end this is to become focused on building their staff up, following Mr. Coombs' advice here, and getting this department functioning. And that's really all we can do at this point.
And I would say that I agree with most of what you said. I have been on this side of the dais asking for CEQA and asking to build up. And you know, there was all kinds of remembrances. And I will tell you that I think that it's mandated by the county to build up the cannabis department. And it is one of the fundamental flaws that we have had is not having, and I'm grateful for Dr. Coombs looking down the future and saying we need to have a specific cannabis lawyer, we need to have specific staff. You know, I don't want to blame either. So we are where we're at. Absolutely, the 287 pending need to go forward. I get that, but we have, and I wanted to ask you on the 287, is that in additional to the 213 that are valid? Are there crossover in that?
No, they're, the 213 are valid. The 287 are pending. So of those 287, and I'll just explain that again, 69 are new applications, meaning they have not been issued a license. 185 are renewal licenses, and 33 of them are transfers.
That's what I had written down, so I'm glad you went over it. It's just when you said 213 valid and 287 pending, I didn't know if any of those were crossover.
No.
So that puts us at the 490.
Actually, the 490 number in the urgency ordinance draft is the number of licenses that the county has issued. Several of those have become inactive, folks have withdrawn, some have been denied or revoked. So that was just more of a contextual number to help folks understand what's gone on since 2016.
I have a couple of questions for CAO Coons. So, given this new phase, do we have an immediate short-term plan to bring some folks in to help facilitate all that we've been talking about?
Yeah, we've already worked with, got Angie, who has started yesterday, or
right, okay.
Monday, and David's after training, and she's meeting again with him tomorrow, so she's on board. Reluctantly, David has been voluntold to continue with, so we're going to utilize his services and then work with personnel to start the recruitment. But you know, one of the things we have to, that people are kind of saying is, well, this is a fee-based program. How come we're not hiring people?
Getting notes.
Yeah, it's based on, the fee is based on the number of staff we have right now.
But you're talking to your microphone.
So some of the questions are, it's a fee-based program, so why don't we have 20 staff there? Because the fees aren't based on 20 staff. The fees are based on our 8.15 staff. And that's what we're going to do a fee study to find out what the fees for a fee-based program would be at the increased staffing, because currently we just still don't have the money, but we're hoping with the infusion of the new cannabis tax, that's a general fund money, we can front that to start hiring some new staff. But yes, immediately we have Angie and David, and then we're working with personnel to start advertising for the other staff. Again, the availability of those people in this area we know is going to be difficult. That's one of the things we ran a senior planner for over a year and didn't get one. So I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but we're going to move as fast as people will move with us.
And I would echo Supervisor Groves and probably the whole board, just to be equitable with those folks who have already paid and are stuck in limbo. And it's just something I wanted to reiterate. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we ask Margaret or Mr. Cole to give us the language about the type 3 licenses that he would like to add into these ordinances?
Yes, I think that was, whereas the type 3 license were exempt from this ordinance, but I'll let him say it the way he wants to.
So Annie can get it.
Yeah. Derek, could you please, Supervisor Groves would like to have clarification on the type 3 license exemption from this ordinance, where it would go and how exactly legally it would be written, so when we have a motion and a vote, we know what we're looking at.
Yes. I would recommend that at the very end of section 1, the whereas clauses. So the last whereas clause on page 4 of the ordinance starts with the adoption of this ordinance as a non-urgency ordinance would not. And then what I would add is before section 2, a whereas that says, whereas nothing in this urgency ordinance is intended to address, comma, or shall address, comma, the issuance of any annual license for any type 3/medium cultivation license, period.
Okay, did you get that?
No, but I will check the recording, thank you.
So there was also,
I can email it to her.
yeah, I was just going to ask you to do that. And then there was the second change, that was
Yes.
under section 2-4, I believe.
Yes, Supervisor Brown on page 5 referenced what is section A4, and that currently reads that the county shall take all actions reasonable and prudent to advise California State Licensing Authority of the extensions of licenses as provided under this urgency ordinance. What we would change is that we would say the extensions, so the word extensions, after extensions, we would add of their local authorizations as evidenced by licenses as provided under this urgency ordinance.
Thank you.
And there's another clarification.
Derek, do we need to include the language regarding transferring of a license, an existing license to a different person, so that the license stays within on the property that's licensed? Do we need to spell that out in any way?
I don't think that this ordinance addresses transfers. I think that
This is, I'm not talking about buying new property, I'm talking about an existing property that's already licensed, and I am going to buy it, not me personally, but as an example.
I believe that this ordinance would not stop that. If it's,
Okay.
if it's an existing license that's in
Yes.
effect, and they can meet the requirements of a transfer, then this isn't going to stop that.
Okay, just want to make sure that's clear, thank you.
And no, not buying a license.
I was thinking maybe, after retirement. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, if I may, I do see concern with the two different transfer types. And that's where I just want to go back to this issue, is that you have the one, there's two transfers types authorized by the current ordinance. One, as Margie had gone over, well, she went over both of them, is a new owner on a parcel that's licensed, just taking over that parcel with where the cultivation license applies. The other is for the current owner to change that license to an entirely new parcel. And it's that second one I'm concerned about, because you have new impacts. Even if there may be an existing cultivation site there, you still have the CEQA component because of the issuance of that license. So that's my concern. So
So wouldn't that just be a new license, which
it would be a new license, but that's not identified in code really in the ordinance, and it could be helpful to decipher between the two types of transfers, just for clarification.
Derek, did you hear all that?
I did. Perhaps we could put a section 6 on page 5 under section Roman 2, paragraph A, and if we could ask Director Hunter to come back up and just state the basic, I could try to draft some language on the fly here, but where I would suggest that we do this is add this in as number 6 below the number 5, which talks about violating any term or condition. We can add a subparagraph 6 So I would just ask if Kim could clarify what, we would be saying that no existing license holder may transfer their license to another property during the duration of this ordinance or for the term of this urgency ordinance as provided in paragraph C of this section. Is that, I can rephrase that, but is that what, I just want Director Hunter to make sure that since we're drafting on the fly here, that's what she's looking for.
Possibly, or just clarification that transfer of a license to a different property shall be treated as a new license.
Okay, so transfer of an existing license to a new property shall be treated as a new license under this urgency ordinance and is subject to the prohibition stated in paragraph B of this section.
Yes. Concurrence
And that would
from
be
staff.
6 under A.
Looks like staff is nodding, at least one member. I don't know about the other. Yes, that's what we'd be looking for.
And does the clerk, do you have that language down?
Enough of it, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Well, with that, if we make any more changes, we become a workshop. I would move to approve with the 3 items changed, Supervisor Brown's item, Ms. Hunter's item, and Mr. Cole's item as read into the record.
I'll second for discussion. And then, I'll have subsequent. Pretty much, the motion of Supervisor Groves with the slight change of extending the 180 days for another 90 days.
And then, so what's your total number on your days?
So that would put us middle of November, so 270. Yeah, of course, duh. 270.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Puts us right about middle of November, unless you want to put a date on it, November 15th.
Supervisor Brown couldn't hear the first motion, so can we clarify the first motion? Sorry.
The first motion was to approve the 3 changes that we have read into the minutes so far, which is, if you will bear with me, a change to section 1, section 1, at the end of the whereases, we're adding a whereas, nothing addressing issuances of type 3 licenses. This is paraphrased for my sake. It's not this language, it's the language we've read earlier. There's also a change to section 2, paragraph A. We're adding a part 6 regarding transferences of licenses to new properties being treated as new licenses. And the section 2, paragraph 4, we're changing the phrasing to include the state phrasing.
Does he know if there's a subsequent?
And just for the record, there is a subsequent, which approves all of that as well as changes the deadline from the 180 days to 270 days.
Which I need a second for.
Which has no second.
Well, it got interrupted, so I
Because
let
we
it lie.
interrupted
Yeah.
to clarify. Thank you. Thank you.
So, did you, before we go and we go back to yours, did you get all of that, and are you understanding that, Supervisor Brown as well as Supervisor Finley?
Yes, I am. Have there been any seconds on either of the two motions?
There was a second on the first one by Judy Morris to the motion that Keith made. Judy made a motion and we're kind of in suspension, which I don't like doing because you couldn't hear. So I just, before we go back to Judy's motion, which I will have her restate so you can hear her, I just want to make sure that you and John both heard all of that. And I'm not hearing from John.
Yes, Judy's motion was Keith's followed up with 270 days as opposed to the 180 days.
Correct, and that brings us back to where we are. Except for I don't know, is John?
Okay, I'll get second for Judy's subsequent motion.
Okay, and I just want to know if John Finley, Supervisor Finley, are you there or did we lose John?
Is that you that just unmuted? Supervisor Finley?
Check the participants list.
Is he on?
Well, there's a phone that just unmuted, but I don't know.
It shows that he's still on. It shows that he's muted, so. Is that Zoom room going?
Now, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. So I will put forward a second.
You got it.
Thank you. A second motion, or second subsequent, and it would be to accept the changes that have been read into the minutes, accept Judy's extension of the timetable.
You meant accept.
Accept, yeah, accept the change in the timetable. And my add-on would be to include the pre-existing new applications that were submitted and accepted and paid for. I don't know how else to qualify them, pre-existing new ones.
So maybe I can jump in just so for the sake of the board's consideration, it's the pleasure of the board to consider this. I think Chair Chadwick, what I think you would do is in paragraph B on that page 5, you would simply strike the words in that second line, approve or issue. So if it's the pleasure of the board to accept that amendment, you would read, the county may not accept any application for a new cannabis cultivation license, and then it would continue on. So the words approve or issue would be removed if that motion were to be considered.
I will withdraw my motion and then re-put that motion. The way you said it, way better than I did. Thank you.
Chair Chadwick, could you clarify what you intended as far as the minutes read into the meeting, those changes that you referenced by the minutes?
Yes, so the changes that were made by the board during the conversation, including your change, and then a change that had to do with the transfer of license specifically, and there was a third one, a change
The addition
of added paragraph.
The addition of the final whereas statement
The
regarding type
final
3.
whereas.
Regarding
And
type 3.
So Keith put that in his first motion. Judy accepted that and then added a timetable in her subsequent. And then I basically took what Judy motion, and according to Derek, the cleanest way would be on page 5 under B, is to remove the word, or words, I'm looking for it, Derek, if you beat me to it, go for it. The county may not accept, approve, or issue any applications, approve or issue. No, wait.
Striking the approve or issue.
Yeah, yeah.
Approve an issue or slash?
That would be correct. The intent is
So
for...
those are the,
Go ahead.
so the 5 changes I see there?
Yes, including the timetable would be 5. So that needs a second, now that you understand, before we move on. So
I'll second.
I'll second that.
No, I'll take this.
Was that Rose?
Yes, that was me.
there's a little delay, I think.
I beat you in the delay.
It's yours.
Supervisor Chadwick, I'm so sorry, but could you repeat what words you're taking out of that?
Yeah, so you have it up?
Yep, I have it.
Okay, so on B, on page 5, it starts prohibition of issuance of new cannabis cultivation license. The county may not accept any application for new cannabis cultivation license. The word approve or issue. That would allow the ones that are in the queue to move forward to be approved and issued. That's the goal. Is that clear?
Yeah, so you're taking out approve and issue?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So they can still approve and they can still issue the pre-existing new ones from last spring.
Right, got it.
Okay.
I have a discussion on
Okay, so it was moved and second, and we're open to discussion, and I'm going to say on any of them, because we don't know where we're at yet. I mean, unless you want to go backwards one at a time and talk about any.
I just assumed you one at a time and then see how they vote.
You want to move to a vote?
No.
I believe we,
On the discussion part, just
Okay.
do your subsequent.
Okay, you want to go in order backwards?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is on the second subsequent.
So I guess my question or statement is that each one of those new applicants still have to complete all their CEQA before they can be issued those, and that there's no such thing as a provisional license in these. I believe that's a correct statement. Derek?
Derek, did you hear the question?
1 second, yes. Can you repeat the question, Supervisor Rose? I apologize.
So if we allow new applicants, they still have to complete the whole CEQA and not be issued a provincial before they can get their license. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, they'll be, I mean, staff will have to review and you know, if they provided initial studies, staff will have to review the adequacy of those initial studies, and staff will have to make a determination, is a mitigated negative declaration appropriate? So yes, that will happen.
So my statement is that staff has told us they can't do both. And so if we vote this way, there'll be people waiting for standard renewals that won't be able to get their license in time. That's the end of my statement.
I have a question. Supervisor Chadwick, would you be willing to amend this just to spell it out that this group has to follow first the renewals, and because those renewals have to come first.
So put them in the second category after the renewals are done.
Second tier, just so there's no confusion from the public.
I will amend my motion to separate this group from the renewals, so staff would be able to attend to those and then be able to focus on this as a secondary, yes.
So they don't feel pulled in different directions.
Yeah, I'll amend Okay, thank you. Jeremy, did you hear my amendment? Oh, wait. Who?
Yes, I did.
Gross, did you second it?
Yes, I did hear her amendment. And then, and I apologize for not bringing this up previously. I'm a little confused on why adding the 90 days. Staff says they can complete this in 180. So what are we trying to accomplish with the extra days?
To give them some extra margin, because we know staffing issues, this is not a reflection of them. We don't know what will happen, and then you're gonna have a ton of people at their door going, what do we do if it's not done? If it gets done in April, fabulous. If not, this just gives them a margin of room to work without having to go this direction, that direction, and the public knows. As we've seen.
So my modified second needs to be modified, my second subsequent needs still to be second. Yeah, I didn't know if you seconded with the.
Yeah, I'll second your
Okay, thank
modification.
you. I just wanted to have it on the books, right? Thank you. Yeah, and I agree with Judy. Yeah, I'm hoping that this gets done in a timely, even
that's their goal.
surprising, but I think to have that cushion doesn't hurt us, because the transition will hopefully happen sooner, and then they'll move forward. I'm just concerned that 6 months go by really quick, and we have a lot going on with the majority of the commissioners cycling out, as well as the board. So we have new staff, we have a lot of new players, and I think it'd give everybody, hopefully they won't need it, but if they do need it, it's built in as a safety net. So I agree
That's
with
my
it.
thinking.
So, but I will say that only allows, say the transition plan doesn't come out until November, whatever your date was. These all have to be completed by January 1 at this point.
Right, no one should rest on their laurels.
And so that, I mean, that puts that time that people have to, that's not in the plan, but by January 1, applicants have to be up to speed under state rules. So whatever we're telling them.
I'm not saying staff should wait 90 more days. I'm just giving them, I don't think that would be their intention either. They want to get moving. I just think this gives them something they don't have to worry about in case, who knows, COVID, fires, you name it. You have a move coming up in that department. Not that they're really involved, but there's just a lot going on. And I would hope, it'd be fabulous if it's done by May 1st, April 1st, no pressure. But it just gives them a little breathing room.
At the end of the discussion, can I ask, at the end of the discussion, can I ask before we take a vote that we can take a quick break so Emma can clarify she has everything down from Derek, because we've kind of jumped around. I want to make sure that she has the exact wording. Thank you.
And yeah, I think that's great. Supervisors that are on Zoom or phone, if we're in discussion, but Dr. Coons just said that Emma has the exact wording, and so the exact wording is in all 3 motions. So we're going to start with the first one and just move down before we take any votes on anything in case there's any clarification. Okay, Emma.
Okay, so the first motion was made by Supervisor Groves, seconded by Supervisor Morris. Is the first change is to section 1. I'm sorry, I have to find it. At the end of the whereases to add, can you please repeat the whereas statement so I can write it down correctly, Mr. Cole? Do you have it? thank you, you're welcome.
The whereas statement is, whereas nothing in this urgency ordinance is intended to address, comma, or shall address, comma, the issuance of any annual license for any type 3/medium cultivation license, period.
Thank you. I now have a copy from Ms. Hunter. Then we will move on to, we have a change to section 2, paragraph 4. And I'm going to read it as we have changed it, or as we are proposing to change it to, not as it originally read. So this is section 2, paragraph 4. The county shall take all actions reasonable and prudent to advise California state licensing authorities of the extensions their local authorizations as evidenced by licenses as provided under this urgency ordinance. Can you please correct me where that's wrong? If that's wrong.
That's correct.
Thank you. And then, under section 2, we are adding a new paragraph, number 6. I have a brief paraphrase. Transfer of a license to a new property shall be treated as a new license as provided under this urgency ordinance. Can you please correct me where that means?
1 second.
No worries, thank you.
So the language should be, can you read that one more time, please?
Yes, I have transfer of a license of an existing license to a new property shall be treated as a new license under this urgency ordinance.
And shall be subject to the prohibition stated in paragraph B of this section.
Okay, and shall be subject to the prohibition stated in paragraph B. What was after that? I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm on track.
And then the days are 270
Yes.
instead of...
So then, that is the base motion that is included in all 3 motions, the original motion and both subsequent. The second motion, or the first subsequent, was made by Supervisor Morris and includes an extension or a renewal period for this urgency ordinance of 270 days instead of the proposed 180. This was seconded by Supervisor Brown.
And just for clarification, that puts you into September. I threw out November just as another date, but 90 days takes you into September, just for everybody's clarification.
And the second subsequent contains both of those motions, so all of the changes I've stated, the 270-day renewal, and in section 2, paragraph B, strikes approve or issue, and will include a clause stating that these new licenses are second priority. Do you have
And I would just
statement
suggest
on how
that
to say
it's not renewal, it's sunset. It sunsets at 270, just so we have everybody listening understand.
Thank you.
There's no renewal of the urgency ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions or comments or clarifications?
Yeah, clarification, because it has been kind of convoluted. Can we ask Derek, I don't mean to put him on the spot, but explain to us that that we're not stepping into a zoning ordinance, that we are still working on this ordinance? Because there's been some...
Correct. Yeah, that's a good question. So we're really getting into the weeds here, but I'm going to do that just for the sake of the record. The zoning ordinance is defined in Government Code Section 65850, And it basically talks about regulating the use of land, changing zoning districts, changing requirements within zoning districts, and those sorts of requirements. You're actually making a substantive change to what someone can or can't do with property or land. And that's in the planning and zoning law. So a quick primer is that there's a general ordinance section in the collection of codes that apply to county government. And then we have the planning and zoning law, which has a separate section of sections that deal with how you adopt zoning ordinances. And I'm getting really technical here, but the planning and zoning law applies to both cities and counties. And so the same standards for a zoning ordinance apply in both cities and counties. And so the legislature has codified those in the planning and zoning law. And the planning and zoning law says when you have a zoning ordinance, which is in that code section I mentioned, 65850, and you're changing the requirements of what you can and can't do with land, you're changing zones, you're changing the requirements of zoning districts, then you have to follow a process where you're referring that to the planning commission. The reason you do that is because your planning commission is your expert body. They're the planners. They're the ones that really take time, as your planning commission has just done with the EIR and the draft ordinance that you'll be seeing here in a few weeks. This ordinance really is something very different. This ordinance is not a zoning ordinance as defined by state law, and so it's not subject to that moratorium statute. That's the 45-day and then 10 months and 15 days and then 1 year, those 3 intervals that you've been dealing with your cultivation ordinance and your urgency ordinances. What you're doing there is you're actually creating a licensing and permitting system, and so you're enacting a zoning law because you're telling people what they can substantively do or not do with their property. But in this situation, we're doing something different, and so we don't have a zoning law, and we're not subject to Government Code 65858, which has that 3-tier schedule for urgency ordinances. What we're doing is really talking about how your planning department is going to process applications and how it's going to allocate resources and staffing and time, and how we're going to preserve the administrative status quo. And so that would fall under a general county ordinance. And that brings us, and again, I'm being very technical, into Government Code Section 25123, which says that an urgency ordinance may take effect immediately if you find that it's necessary to protect the public peace, health, and safety, and there is a 4/5 vote. So your whereas clauses walk through how at least staff and council propose that you can make those findings. So it's a long-winded explanation of saying that we're under 25123 of the Government Code. There is no reason for us to have to come back within 45 days, because I don't think it's appropriate to interpret this as a zoning ordinance. Even though we are talking about licenses that will be used for cannabis operations, what we're really doing in this ordinance is talking about how your staff will be processing and allocating its time and resources in this interim period. So it's a very technical discussion, but I believe what we proposed here is the correct way to proceed under the Government Code.
Thank you, Derek.
Thank you. Is there any other
I'm
concerns?
sorry.
Are there any other concerns from the board that need to be addressed? Okay. And even for the board, starting with the subsequent.
All right, we'll start with the final subsequent. Real quick, this is a reminder, as an urgency ordinance, these require a 4/5 vote. Starting with the final subsequent, this includes the changes we mentioned. This includes the changes to the whereas clauses, the change to section 2, paragraph 4, the section 2, paragraph 6, and section 1, oh, that's the whereas. The extension to 270 days, and the section 2, paragraph B, the removal of the approver issue phrase, as well as the second priority to new licenses. This was motioned by Supervisor Chadwick and seconded by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Chadwick?
Aye.
Supervisor Fenley?
No.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown?
The motion fails, correct? Do we still vote on it after it's failed?
You have to finish voting. Yeah, you finished
Yes.
voting.
Yes.
For the record, you just voted.
Yes, I need your vote for the record.
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next subsequent because that did fail. This motion includes the change to section 1, which is the whereas clause, section 2, paragraph A, paragraph 4, and paragraph 6, as well as the 270-day extension. This motion was by Supervisor Morris and seconded by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Morris?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Yes.
Supervisor Fenley?
Yes.
And Supervisor Chadwick? That passes 5-0.
Adjourned.